Should be live now, right? Alright, cool. We are live. Oh, I'm in the wrong category. Fuck. Oh, we're doing Snowbreak first. Okay, cool. There we go. Now it's loaded. Alright, we'll start here. Yeah, hi Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. We're just gonna quickly do our Snowbreak stuff first. Okay. Let me turn up the volume for the music. Alright, yeah, Snowbreak speedrun, everything. And also, I have to meet the quota, right? There's my Snowbreak quota that I gotta meet. So, we're gonna be doing that stuff.
Oh, yes, yes.
Alright. We got our quotas to meet and everything. Ooh, wait, can I rebuild this? Okay, that has more space. Then we can put this in here, but I think it was the fact sphere that said space does not exist. Was it not? Alright, we can put this here. And put that there. And then I'll just shove these in here. Alright, hi Tira as well. Welcome, welcome. Accept all of these, and let's do some sending. Alright. Okay, these are the ones I want. That one. Sure. Yep. Alright, let's consume these. There we go. Gotta claim all of these. And then I'll just salvage these. Because why not? Oh, nice. I'm still only on, what, like 23 or something? Yeah, I was tired yesterday. That I was way
Time
too
to play my
tired
game.
after the thing. So I didn't stream yesterday. Okay. That thing is dealt with. Alright, what's over here? Oh, yes. Manifestation number, go up. Alright, then over here. Claim all these. And then over here, gotta claim that. And then next week is gonna be busy again as well. Alright. So finally. I finally got the level cap of that thing. So that's nice. I finally cleared the thing there. Okay, what else do we need to do? Alright, what's the missions here? Endless battle, gotta get that done. Okay. Who do I want to use for endless battle? This is just the waves. Okay. Hi, Jericho. Welcome, welcome. Wait, let me use sticks. Where's sticks? There we go, now we get all the boosts. Alright.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。
Oh yeah. Wait.
闇を恐れる。それ、スティクスに落ちる覚悟の上のようだ。
Ah yes, endless battle was this thing.
汚れを葬ってやる。
Okay.
まだ続くぞ。
Time to kill more of these guys. Oh, game volume a bit too loud.
闇を恐れる。
Oh, let's see.
So それ、スティクスに落ちる覚悟の上のようだ。
Yeah, no, those are all useless. Not interested in those buffs. Oh wait, that one was kind of useless. Ooh, I won that one. Alright, next wave. Too bad all these things are like armored. So I'm like losing a bit thing. Because I'm not able to get the stacks up as nicely. Can we attack these guys? Yeah, none of those are actually useful. Oh, it's a boss. Wait, it reset my freaking counter the thing for her. Interesting. Interesting. And edge. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. The stick's not great for this. I'm gonna try a different character. Yeah, I'm gonna use a Ethereal Cloud. Oh wait, wrong character, whatever. I just realized that's the wrong changing. Whatever.
Mission has started. Adjutant, what are you looking at? Do not resist.
Oh god.
Objective complete, all according to plan. Do not resist.
They're killing him faster before I can do anything, man. Old Chinching Kupapega. Let's see.
This should be quick. Do not resist. Reloading.
Okay, now at least I can use this.
This should be quick.
They're already fucking dead. My god. I forgot just how good Anya is at this shit.
This should do not resist.
I meant to use the other Chensheng, but whatever.
Do not resist.
Yeah. Freaking, that audio is just busted, man. I can't do shit, because they just kill everything before I can even attack them. Like, I'm just too busy, like, setting up. I can't even attack them.
This should be clear. All is cleansed. Do not resist.
I showed the manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. We got stuff to react to again today as well. But yeah, I saw this freaking thumbnail. Apparently, the teaser for something for an Infinity Nikki, it looked like it said a fuck of a wand or something. So I'm like, what kind of wand? Is it the Hitachi wand? Hitachi magic wand. If you know, you know. Right, the Hitachi magic wand. If you know what it is, you know what it is. I'll pull it up later. We'll wait for hard mode of that to open. Chain Assault though, we got stuff to do here. I think we have hard mode for Chain Assault now, right? Let's use you. Buffs. Bow gets this thing. Assault rifle. Nothing for crossbow gets rate of fire. I want that. Choose an extra buff at the start. Alright, let's see. Surely we can get people for this. Come on. Gotta get these done. Make sure you get your buffs. Under your name card can set buffs. Are they not going to set their buffs? I guess they're not gonna set buffs. Alright, let's see. What the hell? What? There we go. Why was it like taking forever for my hits to register? Alright. Come on. Right. Next wave. Too bad I can't use skill in this mode. Would be nice if I could. Alright, I got those destroyed. Alright, they're dead. Moving on to the next one. Come on. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, yellow gets to be treated as any color when they collide. Uh-huh. For sure. Alright, those are destroyed. You should write a letter to the dev. Characters need to show their butt. Some of them do, though. Some of them actually do that, though. Alright, let me just check. How many do I need for the missions? I need to do 3 hard modes. Alright, I got that thing anyways. Wait. Yeah, so we need these, so we need to keep defeating enemies. Because I need the Delta medals. Okay. Yeah, because like everyone else needs to reload. Right, I'm trying to think, what else can I use then? Let's see. That gets a crit boost for those things. Alright, let's try to get more people for this. I gotta do it 2 more times. Right, surely we can get people in here. Do people not just select their buffs for this thing? Because they're missing out on stuff by not putting on buffs. They're missing out by not adding buffs in there. They're losing out on a bunch of stuff. Surely not dead game.
弱点か 敵の増加を確認
Alright, let's see. Alright, we'll use our ult. Alright, dead. Next wave. Alright. What do we got? Come on.
敵の増加を確認
Alright, that wave is cleared. Oh wait, no. Now it's cleared. Alright, I have a bigger mag now.
全てくすべる目標の排除を確認
Yeah. It sure is different, man. Sure is. Alright, what can we get here? I swear, these guys don't even select buffs. Then going in here.
敵の増加を確認目標の排除を確認
Damn it, the score is still too low. God damn it. These guys aren't selecting buffs to bring. If they selected buffs to bring, we could get a higher score. They're like not adding in buffs. Like, do they not realize they can get buffs in here? You know, I'll just do the last hard mode later then. Because I still need that. Right. Oh, we got that stuff done. Reading, no such thing, yeah. And then you wonder why I look at a bunch of people in a negative light. Of course, those are our bosses this time. Alright, cool. Let's switch to ToF now. Right, let me boot it up. Okay. And then I'll get my alt logged in as well. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo. Alright, let me claim everything here. Ah, yes, multiverse hunt rewards. Gotta make sure I grab those. Okay. I didn't have any old man or anything, so that's cool. Alright, let me get my alt stuff. You're helping with a raid? I see. Just double checking the shops to make sure I bought everything. I must have missed something when I was buying shit last week in the multiverse store. Cause I just realized the point difference there between my accounts. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna do my dailies. Let's get those done first. Okay. Let me head to the spot first for dailies. Right, I don't know when though the Aster test server is. It should be soon though. I'm guessing it's next week, I think. It's just that I hope shit doesn't conflict next week because next week is busy. That's for sure. Alright, let's get on over here. Alright, let me get my ult over. Oh goddamn, there's another player there. Okay, my main just needs rift drones. What does my ult need? Needs the fucking turret. Oh, but someone there is like killing them. Right, because there's another player down there. Oh wait, I think I got him. They're using benediction. Of course they are. I got turned into the Brevi thing. And shit's too alive. Game is way too alive, man. We just see so many random people there. Okay, the next daily for my ult, let me get that done. I just need to kill exoskeleton dudes. Yes, game alive in your dead game. It's alive. Too alive. It's alive. But yeah, game alive in your dead game. Imagine. Game alive. Okay. What's today's join off? Oh, this one. I'll probably only do one run and save the vitality. So we can, clear the things a little bit faster tomorrow. That's still that's still, we still gotta wait for tomorrow for this to open up. God damn. Oh yeah, I still need to race a couple times I think on my ult, or I can just... Wait, I'll just re-roll it. It's just... Now it's like, I re-rolled it as like complete raid on challenging difficulty 2 times. Maybe not. Oh wait. Pretty sure it's borked and I can do an easier difficulty raid. Pretty sure. Let me give it a check. Alright, let's get on in this. Yep, I think that counts. I don't listen to her music. So... there's your answer. I don't really pay too much attention to a lot of things, if I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. Okay, it does count. I'm just gonna quickly do a regular raid again. For my ult. For the lenses box. Then I'll do a join up and then we'll see. Can do Void Abyss and then get the weapon box. Right. Alright, let's get in on to the next thing. Sure. The hell? Why did it show me the advanced test thingy? That was weird. Pretty sure that wasn't it. It showed the wrong thing when I was looking at the thing there. Okay. And I have all that done on my main for now. Until we can get the next round of stuff here. Do we have the 60 titanium box? Yes, we do. Let's go. Sure. Let's just quickly do a join off first. Alright, we'll quickly get join off done first. We're just gonna do one join off. I'm gonna save my vitality for after reset. And then I'll do 2 after reset. I really wish we could like exchange those freaking crappy relics, the matrices for something else. If only. Those old ass Habuela Scylla matrices. They have like no value anymore anyways. Wait, which one was it that I had the thing on? There it is. Okay. Alright, here's what I'll do then. I'll pass you lead Zedmeister. Oh wait, did you invite him in? I'm gonna quickly log on to... I'm gonna switch my alt to the cloud version. Give me a sec. That way, in case anything happens, yeah. Right, that way, less load here. by swapping it to the cloud version. Okay. And now it's logging into the Steam. Doo-doo-doo. I really wish the cloud thing would raise the display scaling to 200%. Because logging into the 4K cloud version and the text is so tiny. It's so painful to read. Because the display scaling is so papega. Like in default display scaling on Windows. It sucks. Alright, let me get my code. Which email was it again? That email. Alright. Anyone ever use one of those Pelche chillers that you can strap to your neck? Anyone ever used one? The neck Peltier chillers? Like, I'm curious on one of those. Because I'm considering buying one. Like the little, like, you know, the thing they call like the personal air conditioner, or the thing that's like you put on your neck that's just a bunch of fans and then some cooling pad in there, or like a couple. Anyone try one of those? Like, anyone use one of those before? Because I'm kind of considering getting one. Alright, on to the next one. But yeah, like I'm kind of considering getting one of those Pelche neck chiller things. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, let's go to the next one. What element is Nightfox? Okay, they're playing Flame. Cool. Oh, Fizz? Oh, wait. Okay. I don't know why I immediately thought Flame when I saw the thing, but it's Fizz. Cool. Alright. I'm just using Volt for now just because it makes it easier to run around the Void Abyss map. But I have buffs for Frost already. So I'll just switch later. But like, yeah, first few stages of VA. I mean, it's the first few stages of VA. It's whatever. Easy shit. Oh wait, we can already go to the boss. Alright. Just go in there, get the thing, go to the next one. Yep, that's a lot of damage. And then you go, how about a little more? Alright. Alright, let's get loaded in. Get the thing there. Now over here. More buffs. Nothing there. No, I've switched to Frost. I don't need Volt Attack. And edge. That's a lot of damage. Alright, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, roll buff time. I got these buffs. Let's see, what else can I get? Got another heavy armor. Might as well just take less damage. Or I might as well. What are the last two bosses here? Oh shit, my thing crashed. One sec. One sec, it crashed. I don't know why it crashed, but it did. Oh, where is that thing? Don't need Shadow Burst. Let me roll some buffs on my ult as well. Okay, we got excessive healing 2, protective field 2, assault resonance 2, elemental fission 2 on my ult, so it can at least pulse some extra healing. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys should get your SSR box as well. Alright, let me temporarily go to Vault first so I can go load in. Alright, my ult has the lead. Almost forgot. Alright, let's get in. Okay, this one's weak to fizz. Alright, then give my ult the poet buff. Right, we should give my ult the poet buff. There we go. Alright, and my ult does a decent amount of healing there. Surely we'll be fine for the last stage. With my ult AFK healing, surely. Right, surely we'll be fine. With AFK healing ult for the last stage. Oh, it's Taltai. I'm just gonna roll some buffs first. Oh yes, mechanically alter, good to have. Just because it reduces alter damage taken further. Alright, good to have for thing. Alright, let me roll buffs on my ult. Alright, cool. My ult got Assault Resonance 3. I'm gonna try to get some defensive buffs on my ult so it can be left alone. Okay, yeah, I got heavy armor 1, mechanically altered 1 on my ult, and then Electron Halo. Surely we'll be fine. Just gotta be careful loading in. Alright, just gotta be careful. Right, because Taotai is a very, very absurdly large aggro radius. That's what we have to be careful of. We should probably make sure we get every buff we can. I didn't even get the fully stacked Heart of Thorns because I didn't see that many trash mobs. Which kinda sucks. Put that there. Okay. Okay, warp in. You go first though, Zedmeister. Just so we can be safe. I'm polluting away. What the f- God damn it. The cloud version went weird for a sec. Yeah, if you actually get someone close to where my ult is, you do get a little bit of healing. Get a nice burst. Yeah, that worked actually pretty well. First try, easy. There we go, easy first try. I stacked just enough defensive and healing buffs so that my ult could just passively keep us alive. You saw that though, right? My ult was just keeping us alive passively. Just passively being kept alive. Right, it was just AFK the entire time, but it still kept us all alive. Despite that. But yeah, we were all alive. Right, it went a lot better than it could have gone. Because usually, like, Tao Tai is just a pain when he's there. Right, he just, like, immediately gets aggroed and everything. But this time we were, like, fine. So that's good at least. We were fine this time. Right, we're almost done with all the event stuff. Oh yeah, there's this thing. You want to do this thing? Get the card things for the accessory? Let's do the thing for the accessory. Uh Sure. You're not putting the hidden boss one? No hidden boss spawn? No first card? Okay, we don't want data restored though, right? How'd this shit work again? Yeah, we want hidden and we don't want data restored. Wait, that's a different shard thing we get there. Interesting. Oh god, that's so many data restored. Data is restored. Data restored. There's so many of them. God damn it. Why did it have to be data restored? What are the shards here? Where are they? Greedy Gaze shard, transport belt shard. Wait, where do I see those? Oh, here. You need 50 to get the transport belt. And 50 to get the sticker there. So you need to do a lot of these. Nicer. Oh, we'll keep doing these. What the hell is that, Mice? Are you not putting anything in? They didn't put a thing in? God damn it, that's not the hidden pass key. Oh god, there's 3 Raider restores now. Oh, I got it. Okay, we got a hidden pass key. Hidden pass key gives us 10 of some other shard too. Damn it. I wanted another hidden pass key. God damn it. Alright, let's do another one. I'm gonna get some stuff here first. Alright, might as well get these done. I don't have that many more of the boss boosting cards. Unfortunately. You're not putting in a card, Zenmeister? You do not? Don't you have a card to put in? So, like, the countdown goes faster? But yeah, you don't put a card in. Oh, fucking hell. I hate this stupid freaking thing. Why did they have to rerun this one, man? No, it's so pathetic. They rerun like the two worst things ever. This patch. The freaking thing there. That one, and then the stupid box one. Or board thing. Of all the things they could have rerun, they choose the worst ones. Of all the events to rerun, they pick the worst ones. God damn it. God damn it. I hate this shit, man. It's not giving me hidden pass keys. Like, when we see it, it's just thing. Alright, we go Q again. Come on. You know, I wonder if I should just make a macro to auto queue for this at some point and just AFK farm it. I wonder. To try to AFK farm it. I don't know how well that'll go. People aren't really queuing up for it right now. Oh damn it, I want the hidden pass key. Like, we keep seeing it, but it's taunting us. There we go. Oh, okay, we got 2 hidden pass keys this time. Oh, that's just a bug fix. How many hidden passkeys do I need in total? If we only get like 2 per hidden passkey of the shards. Alright, we got 2 of the we got 4 of those shards. Wait, let me check. Oh, we still need to get the idea shard things too. Fuck, where's the accessory? I have like too many things here. Would be nice if they like added a way to organize this shit further. Because there's just so much junk in here. Where's the accessory? I can't find it. There's just too much junk here. I don't see it on page 9. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I need 30. And we only get 3 per week. So you still need to do it a lot. Yeah, I need 10. So I need 5 more of them. You know, I'm curious. How high can we go up here? Interesting. No, invisible ceiling. Okay. There we go, hidden passkey again. Alright, cool. Got another one of these. And rip. God damn it. At least we got a hidden passkey in that one, at least one of them. Need to get 4 more hidden passkeys. Right, we just need 4 more hidden passkeys. Alright, let's go. Like if you don't put a card in, Zedmeister, you should put a card in any card, just so queuing goes faster. Alright. At the start. Go back here. Oh damn it, I was trying to make the third one. Alright, back in here again. Alright, come on. Alright, come on. Alright, that's the one we're looking for. Wait, I wonder, was there like a mod or something before? Let me check. Actually, there is a mod that lets you see it, but apparently it doesn't matter because it's randomized. It's so stupid, man. I should get it though. I can put it in just for the lulz. Yeah, why not? Okay, I'm gonna quickly relog. I'm gonna quickly relog to see if it applies. Just because I want to see if it works. I'm gonna quickly relog into the game. Because, like, I am curious to see if it works. If it works, that'll be great. If not, oh. The Illusion of Choice is the name of the mod. It was like the illusion of choice. So, you know what? We might as well see if it still works. Because apparently the game does another randomizer. For some stupid reason. Alright, cool. Let's go in. Alright, gotta load on in. See, look! The illusion of choice. See, it changed color at the end. It's like, what the fuck? Why? It changed color at the end as soon as I selected the thing. Right? Like, we can see where they are. See, it changed it! It's like freaking out. It's so dumb. Why'd they have to freaking troll us like that, man? Like, you see that shit? You see that shit? There's no point in even looking. At times, like, it'll just do that. That's what happens, man. The illusion of choice. It's the perfect name for the mod. Illusion of choice. Because the reality is we know it's a scam. You studied Duolingo when you told what? One sec. When you told the Dominator, I said, oh, you were crazy even though you said bitch. There's green paint on your ass because you waited an hour, 34 minutes, and 21 seconds. I see. Oh fuck, I can't. Let's see where my alt is. The fucking cloud version borked up. The freaking thing is truly an illusion of choice. Shit, will it put my ult back inside here? I see. Yeah, I mean, it's the language learning app thing, yeah. No, the Crystal of Alan's like 3 years old, man. It just took forever for it to leave China. Crystal of Alan isn't new. It's just that it took a while for it to leave China. It took it a while to leave China, that's what happened. It's a lot older than you think. Alright, here we go. The illusion of choice scam. Right? You just get to see it freaking change into what it's not. The illusion of choice scam, man. See the freaking scam. We get to see what it is, but it's just a scam. We know it's a scam. What do you mean it's not a scam? Mod doesn't even show the card shuffle at the start. They stay in the same order. What do you mean? Whatever. Okay. Damn, no hidden passkey on this second round. Well, is there a better mod that would show anything else? Because this is all I know of. God damn it. Yeah, like, it really doesn't. Like, what's the point then? Like, there's really no point. That's why I hate this shit. The illusion. It's such a stupid event, man. Why make it in the first place? If it wasn't going to be up to choice. Right, and if it wasn't gonna be up to choice, what's even the point? Right, what is even the point? And then you got this guy who's just AFK over here. Alright, come on. Okay, cool. At least this one is actually hidden passkey. I need 4 more hidden passkeys though. Right, let's go again. We're just gonna keep on going. Come on. Give me something. Doo-doo. Thanks for the follow as well, Kaz. Welcome to Pain. Farming this dumb event thing. The pain of trying to farm this dumb event for the accessory thing. With the illusion of choice. It has the illusion of choice in there. The illusion. The illusion of choice. Let those guys handle it. Open it. Damn, there's no hidden passkey on this one. So it really doesn't matter what I pick. Alright, and then we just wait. Yeah, at least there's no more Defend Tata mission. Thankfully, there's no more Defend Tata mission. Thankfully. But yeah, thankfully no more hidden, Defend Tata. Alright. Oh, wait, 1 second. I think I need to plug in my keyboard. Well, it's not like a match or anything is starting anyways. Alright. Oh, if I put super hidden boss, it just puts other shit instead. I shouldn't have done that. I know, they should. Right, come on. Alright, let's go to the next one. Alright, we're back to more illusion of choice. Don't you like the illusion of choice? Alright, illusion of choice, guys. The illusion of choice. Just let them take care of it. Yeah. You got red card in the first round. That is hilarious. Absolute cinema there. Getting red card on first round. Absolutely hilarious. They should give you something if you get red card first round, man. They should just instantly give you 100 of everything. Of all the shards. As yeah, as compensation. And just be like, okay, I'm done. Right, like, just be like, yeah, here. Fine. Are they not gonna pick the thing? Rip. The illusion of choice. Oh wait, no, it's a special pass key. What the hell? Now we have the special one. Oh boy, special. What the fuck? They have the accessory thing for... Sure. You can get the special one and still get the GU accessory. You can get the GU costume still. Or skin. It's still there. What the fuck? You can get GU. GU skin. It just gives you the full skin. You can just randomly get the entire full skin of GU. From before. Because why not? Right, because why not? Alright, I'll see you around then, Zenmeister. Alright, let's keep doing these. Wow, I didn't even move at all the hidden pass key card. Alright, I need 3 more of these. Let's go do this one. Oh, damn it. Then we exit again. I still need 3 more. I need 3 more. Alright, come on. Alright, come on. Sure, 10% crit rate that I have no use for. Give me hidden passkey. God damn it. I want my hidden passkey, not that crap. We'll go again. Because we just need 3 more hidden passkeys. But goddamn, do we have to do this way too many times? And then we go matching again. Come on. Wait, you know what? Let's just do some reacts while we do this shit. Because this is gonna take forever, man. Might as well do it at the same time. Right, might as well be more efficient. Alright, let's see. You know, here, we'll do look at the Poke one. What is this?
The pub is satisfying everyone. It's a pub that prevents greatness.
If you have been watching
It
my
will never
channel,
be great.
probably
Yep.
have seen a lot of content related to Honkai Star Rail since 2 years ago. From the QQ clips, Aeon of 1%, the guides, translations, underreactions, and everything in between. I've been enjoying myself covering this game both as a content creator as well as a player ever since version 1, and 2 years later, this sentiment remains relatively unchanged. That being said, we have seen a lot more criticisms as well as negative sentiments regarding Honkai Star Rail. Was it a power creep, the HP inflation, the 10-hour story quest, the global passive, or was it something else that ties everything together?
Honestly, I don't think
Now, today,
10-hour story
I wanna
quest is
take
a
my audience
problem.
with me to a journey as to why
If
I
the
feel
story quest was
Honkai
actually
Star Rail
good.
will never be great.
Personally. I don't think it's a problem if the thing is actually good. But
Chapter 1. The Success.
yeah.
Now, despite the title, there is a huge misconception that might arise from some of you that didn't watch this video, which is suggesting that a game
I see.
not being great is the same as a game not being successful. And this could not be further from the truth, and often
Yep.
in reality, you don't need something great in order to reach your success. So let's
Exactly.
clear up this misconception first. From a service level, most modern gachas emphasize heavily on lowering the barrier of entry to new players, especially at the start of their launch, and Honkai Star Rail is no exception. Being a fairly simplistic 3-button turn-based game with a relatively straightforward team building of DPS support and sustain, and boss mechanics that are pretty easy to understand. So for example, if you want an example of like a more difficult turn-based RPG boss mechanics, you can take a look at Epic 7's Abyss, Epic 7's Nightmare Raid, or even Claire Expedition 3.
Yeah.
Outside of Honkai Star Rail, these methods to lower barrier to entry for a player can range anywhere between reducing competitive elements via no PvP,
God
which
damn it.
can vastly put off any of the casual player base, to simplistic and easy to understand units or boss interactions that allows players to feel easy to learn and rewarding to master. By this metric, a game that looks good, feels good, and runs good will draw the attention from a substantially larger audience compared to games that have more depth mechanics to understand at the start, turning away the casual player base. For example, I myself have been playing gacha games for a very, very long time, and long before where any of these games appeal to the massive wide majority of the casual demographic, I play Summoner's War, I play Battle Cats, I play Archery Gear, I play Dragalia Laws, I've played Counter-Side, I've played, nowadays I play Epic 7. There's no need to talk about hypotheticals, so let's just take a look at some numbers by Udonis, a mobile gaming marketing service platform that collects mobile game data for advertisers ever since 2010. So if you can take a look at this chart over here, the Honkai Star Rail player base has experienced a tremendous growth over the past year from 18.1 million active monthly users in Jan 2024 to 30.1 million by February 2025, which is a
Okay.
whopping 66% increase in just 1 year, even before Castrius was announced, because this is up until February, which also is going to be one of Honkai Star Rail's most successful banners ever since Firefly Acorn, as well as their debut banner with Sailor when the game first launched. In terms of daily player base, this has also increased nearly by 100%, doubling from 11 million to 22 million 1 year later, right? And in terms of total downloads as well as new monthly players, Honkai Star Rail has surpassed 60 million by February 2025, ranging from 2 million a month at the start of 2024 to a downward trend of 896,000 by February 2025. Now, although the monthly downloads have decreased, this aligns with pretty much every game in the world once the core audience has been established, and there is a good possibility that in April and May, there would be another spike due to the upcoming Fate collaborations coming in version 3.4. Lastly, in terms of revenue, I don't think we need to talk about it that much, since
Okay.
gacha revenue has been a thing almost every single month for the past 2 years, and we all know how Honkai Star Rail has been performing, but in total, HSR has generated over 1.3 billion US dollars. That's with a B.
Yep.
Billion US dollars in revenue ever since its launch. So to get an idea of exactly how much money this is, the rank 1 stream platform in the entire world right now, which is Twitch, made roughly 1.8 billion US dollars of revenue in 2024, which means that this one singular game of Honky Starbucks from MiHoYo, after 2 years, is around the same ballpark as the entirety of Twitch revenue for.
Yep. I mean, it
Let's
is what
just
it
not
is,
even talk
man.
about Genshin Impact's total revenue, because that's just absolutely diabolical ever since the COVID boom. So no, Honkai Star Rail not being a great game has absolutely nothing to do with whether
Exactly.
it's successful as a game or a business. Whether it be it from a total download,
freak, these
total
games
players,
are
total
garbage.
revenue, my gacha game burns more than your gacha game. It has nothing to do with the fact
Yep.
of whether Honkai Star Rail is a great game. But if this was the case, why would I even make the claim at the start? If Honkai Star Rail is this successful, how can it not be a great game?
Because of how this shit works. They're not games, they're monetization platforms.
The good and the great. What defines greatness? Or rather, what separates a good game from a great game? This is an extremely subjective opinion because there will never be the same sentiments for everyone playing the same game, since it will ultimately depend on your personal preference as a player. Players who enjoy playing action RPGs will never find the same enjoyment from, example, a turn-based game, and players who enjoy a high degree of open world exploration will never get the same amount of depth from a linear progression journey. And above all, players who want a game that can be sunk.
I mean, he showed a pretty terrible example of an open world exploration game for sure.
Hours and hours into to min-max comparative MMORPG MOBAs, it will never find this amount of engagement in a casual game that you just log in 10 minutes a day and be done with everything. And that's what we are here to discuss today. For example, no matter how amazing a shooter game like Call of Duty or Valorant is, having the best graphics in the world, having the best monetization models, best skins, best gears, or anything along those lines, I will personally never find them to be a great game for me, despite them being wildly successful with tens of millions of players and revenue, simply because for me personally, FPS and shooter games is not really my personal genre. It is nothing against the game because anyone has a right to their own taste to the genre they like to prefer. So to narrow down the scope a little bit more, let's just talk specifically about Honkai Star Rail and its genre, which is at its core a turn-based live service gacha game. No,
A pretty
this is not
shit
a
one, but
comparison
yes.
between other mainstream titles like Wuthering Waves, Endless Zone Zero, Genshin Impact, Nikki, FGO, all that kind of stuff. Well, because they are
Well, to
all
some
gacha
extent,
games.
yeah.
Gacha is a monetization model, not a genre of the game itself.
Exactly.
And if someone does not prefer the genre beneath the gacha monetization model, be it if it's an open world gacha, and combat RPG gacha, right, AFK shooter gacha, whatever amount of gacha is, no amount of quality of life or depth listen can convince someone to play a gacha game
Exactly.
just for the sake of a gacha game. And I'm specifically gonna refer to Honkai Star Rail in the form of a turn-based genre because this has been one of the earliest genres since mobile gachas has ever been a thing.
Like, here's the thing too, right? For a turn-based game, for me personally, it's like, why would I play a freaking shit gacha one when I could just go play one of the thousands of better turn-based RPGs if that's what I wanted to play, right? It's like, why would I waste my time on a garbage gacha? Where, like, here's the reality, right? You look at, like, for some of these games, your actual playtime, the ratio of you playing the game, versus time logged in, right? And you think about it, and you compare it to just, like, a regular not dog shit game, you kind of realize just how inefficient. It freaking makes Neptunia look like a freaking amazing game when it's not. But, like, think about it, right? Let's say in a given patch, you're logged in for, let's say, in a gacha game for, let's say, 50, 60 hours. How much of that 50 or 60 hours are you actually playing the game? Like, how much of that 50, 60 hours a month? Or, not a month, a given patch cycle. How much of it are you actually playing the game? And how much of it is you just mashing a button to skip through everything and doing chores? And just how much? Right? Like, if you think about it, how much of it is you actually playing the game? And how much is it you freaking mashing through and just skipping whatever, doing a bunch of chores and not actually playing the game? Even if you're spending maybe like 15, 20, 30 minutes a day logged in to do large chunks of it, whatever, of your chores or whatever, right? Like, think about it. What if you compiled and combined all that time and used it on something else? Moved your schedule around, you know, like, instead of, let's say, 30 minutes a day for a week, you moved it all into one day in a week, and you had a much better 3.5, 4 hour session of you actually playing something and enjoying it. Right? Instead of you doing chores for that amount of time. Right? Like, you think about it like the efficiency of that, right? How much of you is actually playing a game? You then end up realizing that a lot of these live service gacha slop, when if you're logged in for more than 1 minute a day to do chores, sure, you're spending, you know, hundreds if not thousands of hours logged in a year. But when you consider how inefficient it is when it's like maybe 1-2 hours per patch cycle, you get like 8 to 9 patch cycles a year, right? That's like what? You only really played 8 to 9 hours of actual game in there a year, despite having thousands of hours logged in. Let's say 1,000 hours. You think about like how inefficient that is, right? Like 9 hours, let's say 9 hours, divide that by, let's say 1,000 logged in hours in a year. Right? That's not even 1% efficiency of you actually playing the game. It's less than 1%. It's 0.09% efficiency. That you think about it, right? Versus like, let's say instead, when you think about it, right? Times the 1,000 hours, that's only 9 hours, right? Like, imagine you compare a game, let's say that was like 50 hours long, right? But you only spent 50 hours in there. But let's say you had 1,000 hours in a year. Divide that by 50, and you could play 20 of them. Right? You could play 20 games there, 20 full games. In the time span, 20 full what is it? 50-hour games. Right? When you think about it, one game alone. Right, it's 50 hours versus 9 hours, even if you only played one game a year. Like, that's just like a regular game. It's like actually just hilarious and sad. Just like the thing there. It's less than 1% efficiency. Less than 1%. So like, it's 100 times more efficient in this kind of scale to just not touch the things at all and go play something else. It's 100 times more efficient. Right? Like, that's just the reality. And it's part of the reason why I don't bother touching most of these things. It's part of the reason why. Because it's just not worth it.
In 2014, FGO in 2015, another Eden and Fire Emblem Heroes in 2017, Epic 7 in 2018, Land Rise in 2019, Artery in 2022, and so on and so forth. I assume that most of these titles will be alien to most of you guys watching this video right now, because gachas really only took off to the mainstream media ever since Genshin Impact and COVID. But essentially, all of these games are turn-based live service gacha games with an emphasis on team building, unit collection, and using the right moves at the right time against the right enemy. So with that being established, as a turn-based gacha game, why do I feel Honkai Star Rail will never be a great game? This ultimately comes down to a single point: expectations. Now step back and think for a second. Does this describe you as a player? You started playing Honkai Star Rail expecting a turn-based gacha that would change your life when it first came out. No PvP, no leaderboards, easy to learn team building, shout with hundreds of pools, cinema story and battle grew, SU was fun, MOC was fun, no broken units, no HP inflation. You play this game, you were loving this game, you were loving DOT and Kafka's Badongadongs, and you can't wait for the brand new endgame that was going to be Pure Fission in version 1.6 around that period of time. Runmei was literally broken, Akron one-shotting SU as well as enemy mob. Everything about Honkai Star Rail, at least to you, it was perfect. And then it happened. The enemies got harder, the HP starts to inflate, new DPS feels stronger than us, you don't have enough boost, DOD is dead in a ditch, who the hell is Blade Jin in Build Renee, what the hell happened to your Sparkle, the Snowbreak just trivialized every single content, and now global passive is here, and it finally cements its fate as being a downfall of what used to be your favorite gacha game back in 2023. I believe a lot of the players that are active on social media like YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, Discord, all that kind of stuff have voiced their displeasure with Honkai Star Rail. It inevitably led to the classic gacha politics of my gacha is better than your gacha because my gacha has less power creep, more power creep, HP inflation, is more fun, cinema, black screen, all that kind of stuff. But we're not here to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is this: expectations. Your expectations for Honkai Star Rail has never really been what Honkai Star Rail was all about. HSR, while being a turn-based game, is not a turn-based game focused on mainly depth or complexity, making different units all as viable as the new units, or bypassing the mechanics with special interactions that you can discover, because Honkai Star Rail at its core has one main objective: appealing to the casual player base. And a
Yep.
lot of the feedbacks and suggestions to improve HSR and make it a great game has been seen revolving around the endgame content as well as team building aspects to the game itself. So for example, the endgame bosses are way too restrictive for the rate up units or otherwise shilling, making it more accessible to all units via different buffs like A-Box Shadows as well as Pure Vision would make this a lot more approachable. Another thing is going to be the HP inflation. It is way too much. Version 1 teams, not just the DPS, the entire team of version 1 literally cannot keep up with the endgame 2 years later, so we need to reduce the HP such that version 1 teams can still clear. Story is the 10 hours of static camera angles and too much yap, make it 3 to 4 hours instead with more cutscenes on top of a cinematic plot. And global passive is just as a very bad precedent for future global passives. Team building is gone and now just basically pull for every single global passive in the game, and God forbid you pull for them because L morals and L hypocrite, right? So every single one of these things, they are all valid criticisms, and solutions can be implemented to fix a
50
lot of
times
these
HP,
issues.
yeah.
So for example, if we were to insert Memory of Chaos buffs such as Pure Vision and Apex Shadows, reworking the version 1 units, and for that we'll have to see what version 3.4 has to offer, making endgame less reliant on rate up DPS, adding 3 team content to drastically improve the demand of older units instead of always the same 2 best slot meta.
So they're making it so he wants to add more chores, oh boy. Actually, there's a downside to this shit too. There is a downside to this. Because now, instead of just having 8 units, now you need 12. And you gotta deal with the bullshit for 12 units instead of 8. And also, you're making everything take longer. There's the downside of the stuff there. Think about it. Adding a 50% increase to teams, the 50% more shit you gotta deal with.
At our teams, in limiting global passive to only a single global passive, so on and so forth. In my opinion, adding these options would make Honkai Star Rail a great game. A better game at least. Nay, maybe perhaps one of the best turn-based gacha games that we have in the current market right now as of 2025. But this brings me to the next point. Chapter 3. The audience. This is where the main issue lies. A lot of these feedbacks, solutions, suggestions, it matters very little, if at all, to the casual player base, perhaps even turning them away from Honkai Star Rail. Now, I'm not talking about casuals as in free to plays. I'm talking about the people that travel to and fro from work, log in 10-15 minutes a day, maybe do their event at endgame every one weekend, oops, maybe they forgot about it and that it is what it is, and logs out again. So here's a chart to sort of demonstrate the differences between the player base I'm going to be talking about over here. We're going to see the casual free-to-play, non-casual non-free-to-play, and it kind of combines in this very nice chart over here. And the biggest money is going to be seen somewhere over here. Hopefully my editor can get it right. It will be coming from the casual non-free-to-play players, specifically the casual whales.
Yep.
Okay, insert this TikTok clip. I linked it in the script. Yep.
Right, absolutely. And I guess everything else just got kind of lost in time. Holy shit! You pulled for so many units. Oh, that's crazy. What am I even looking at?
Okay. So he has to show 2 things on this side. Well, too bad, we're playing ToF here.
Now, these players are the prime audience for any gacha game company. They don't give a damn about meta, they don't give a damn about mechanics, and they certainly do not give a single damn about money.
Here's the thing,
they
man.
don't really care about all this, and because the
I
only
play games with a lot more dialogue, longer everything, and I don't use a skip button either. And the difference is, they're actually good, and not like this garbage.
In pool, maybe stare at their waifus or husbands a little bit, and they log out. Be it for their waifu reasons, or for the clearing the end game, or to flex on their friends, whatever it may be, as long as they just dump this obvious amount of money, they just simply don't care about a lot of these things that we discussed previously. And if Honkai Star Rail captures a large enough audience for
because here's the thing, man. A skip button doesn't solve the problem.
That we have discussed, storytelling, quality of life improvements, because if they want to pull, they will pull. For the yellow category,
Yeah,
the
sure,
casual
ZZZ
free plays are
improved,
also
but not
important since
enough
they
for
make
me
up
to
for
give
the
a
sheer
fuck.
numbers, translating into marketing exposure.
Because it
outreach,
didn't
as well
fix
as
what I
brand
needed
strength
it to
in the entire
fix.
role in the industry for a gacha game.
But
For
the thing that it
non-casual,
improved
non-free
didn't
plays
actually solve the
directly
problem
contributes
for
to
me.
revenue, and they have the ability to keep up the new bands
And like the other
changes
part of the
under
problem is
in-game
it's like,
market.
why would I
They also
play
have the
that
means to clear
when I can
content
play
without the new units,
like
since they
so
most
many
likely
other
have a better
games
understanding
instead?
of Honkai Star Rail compared to casuals. Example being the low cost
The game being
cycles,
boring,
using
man.
excellent relics, meta items, or simply just doing the rules and using
And kinda
a little
missing.
better than the casual player base. And in contrast, the group in the red,
Like, here's the thing.
non-casual
If I wanted to play, let's say, an anime themed game with combat and stuff in it, why would I play one of these when I could go play so many other things? You know, let me just look at my Steam library. Let's see. Let me filter it by anime. Let's see. Let me go for action games under the anime one. That one's a mecha. I have a mecha game called Astabreed. I could play that. Let's see. I have Code Vein. Code Vein 2 is coming out apparently at some point. I got shit like Dark. Oh wait, no, that's not a action game. That's a turn-based one. Let's see. That one's also turn-based. I got this weird indie game called Endless Alice. I have that there. Most forward to this guy. I don't remember when I got this shit. I don't know if that one's an action game. I have the God Eater games. I have Grand Blue Relink. I have some of the Neptunia games that were action, like Action Unleashed and Cyber Dimension. I have a game called Icy. Let's see. All the Trails games after starting in Calvert have an action combat mode for overworld fights. So despite being a turn-based game, I could count those in. What else can I go in there? I have I could play like Mega Man Legends or something, which I also have. I'm looking at 3D games. I had like Nier Automata, Nier Replicant. I could play those instead. Let's see. I have a game called Proxy Blade Zero in my Steam library. Scarlet Nexus is another game. Fuck, I could go play the Senran Kagura games. How many of them are there? I could play those instead. Right? Fuck, what else can I play? I think Shining Resonance I could play. I could play the Tales games like Tales of Arise, Berseria, Symphonia, Vesperia, Zestria. There's a bunch more over there I could play instead. Right, I could play Tokyo Xanadu. I could play East 8, 9, or 10. Right? I'm just looking through there's just like more shit. I don't know what that is. I have like so many freaking things in here that I don't even know. I barely filtered some of the stuff in my Steam library. Like, I could keep going, man. I have to actually properly look through, because I have hundreds of games in my Steam library and I have to I never really properly filtered it. But that's just a short example there. I could play a lot of those other games instead. Some of those games will have mods and other stuff too to add more content. The things can go much, much further. Right, I was specifically looking at which ones had action combat in comparison just for ZZZ. I could play so many other games instead. Those are turn-based games, which is why I didn't count them outside of the outside of the Calvert games. But if I wanted to play a turn-based game, I can go even further because I have way too many of those. I'm pretty sure a quarter of my Steam library is turn-based games. And I was looking specifically only at the ones with anime aesthetics there. And ignoring all the non-anime games. Just to be nice. Alright, and then if I go into some of the stuff I have on consoles, oh boy. Those ones, if I dig those thing up and around, they go way further. It's why would I waste my time playing one of those things when I could play something else instead? Right? It's And the thing is too, it's like when you consider what your login time spent is, right? Even if you rearrange your schedule around to move the time you're spending to other things, I would rather do something else. But yeah, because like the reason why I said that was because someone was talking about ZZZ. TV removed, but that doesn't fix my actual issue with the game. It doesn't fully fix it. You're just removing a problem in there, and that's it. They removed one of the problems, but like the rest of the game is still just basically eh. But yeah, there's other shit too. And if I added games I had from GOG or Epic Game Store, the list would expand even further, right? Like, again, it's like there's so many other games I could play instead. Why would I play those ones? And that's just me personally, right? Because again, like, gacha is nothing more than a monetization model, and that's it. Yet, despite being constantly updated live service slop, they still barely actually put in the real content that you would actually want to deal with, and you're stuck dealing with a bunch of bullshit chores instead for the vast majority of your playtime. Less than 1% of your playtime, what you might look at as playtime, is you actually playing the game in these games. Less than 1%.
Generally speaking, it is the least impactful for the game. I'm not saying they are worse people or whatever, but they are the least impactful for the game itself, because first of all, they make up a very small fraction of
like there's like other ones, like again, like Cry Machina, Cry Star that I've had there, that I have installed on this machine. But like yeah, I can go further and further.
Total demographic, and they don't contribute towards the bottom line for the company as a whole. Not saying that they serve zero purpose, but a company generally caters to the biggest and largest spending audience, and it's nothing personal, it is strictly business. Now, Honkai Star Rail as a game has perfected the methods of capturing the casual market. So let's make use of an example that's going to be team building. It is very easy to understand team building HSR as seen from the same formula of DPS, support, and sustain, and to make it even simpler, as long as somebody pulls for the limited support, most of the time that player can clear all endgame content, especially since the DPS within the version are along the same power level, and sustains just need to keep your team alive while providing utility. Eidolons, light cones are all toppings to the cake, and if a player can level their units, level their tracers, level their light cones, and a lot of these radical.
I mean, like, the amount of time you waste doing all this shit is just time you could be spending doing something else.
Quality are made even more accessible with the help of Snowbreak in version 2, chances are they can eventually
right, it's like,
clear.
Imagine if all the time you spent doing all this bullshit, you used it to do something else with your life.
Now this is ultimately going to be a challenge to any player that skipped the limited support.
And like, it's me having that mindset is part of why I agreed with that random troll who said I was too casual for Genshin.
And if they do not commit to vertical investments,
except I agree for a completely different reason.
Chances are they are most likely not clearing the endgame, which has been the gripe for players still stuck in version 1 teams. Now for this specifically and the whole topic of power creep, I do want to refer you guys to this video over here.
Whoa, 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 what are you doing here, Mr. Pokey? Oh, the video about power creep? It's not finished yet.
Now, I do appreciate the buffs to the old units in version 3.4, and I hope that this change can continue for every single old unit as time goes by, but as of now, the formula remains unchanged. Another example would be the endgame content itself, which is a lot less demanding both in terms of time and attention for Honkai Star Rail. HSR's rotation is gonna be your 3 refreshable endgame content every 2 weeks, with the occasional events and due updates per patch. So basically you have 6 weeks of Memory of Chaos, 2 weeks later 6 weeks of Pure Fiction, 2 weeks later 6 weeks of Apex Shadows, and everything else sort of repeats by itself, right? So for the latter, there's gonna be the events, the due updates, or even the story quest. It really doesn't matter what units you want to use or play, because they're all clearable with the absurd amount of buffs and DU, or simply just because they're super easy, right? So endgame content will be the main focus of discussion over here. Now between these 3 endgame modes, it is very, very straightforward. You use AoE units for pure fiction, you use units that break the enemy faster in Apoc Shadows, either through Winner's Break Efficiency or interacting with his unique mechanics, such as the brand new boss from Hule, or for Memory of Chaos, use units that have the rate up buff and the corresponding boss mechanics that makes it a lot easier for players who own said units. So there are certain levels of depth still, but generally speaking, by sticking with Honkai Star's simplistic team building and fundamental mechanics, such as matching the right colors, matching the number of targets hit, and playing to the boss mechanics, it is a relatively straightforward endgame content. There is a lot of depth that can make units outside of these niche work well in the same environment, such as, for example, making a version 1 team comp perform optimally without any version 2 or version 3 help, or ways to bypass the enemy numbers and forcing Han units into pure fiction.
It doesn't use the character you want, they're dependent on built-in, yeah.
Because fundamentally,
I mean, it is what it is, man.
Players just don't have a.
But what happens when you don't even care to use any of them because you don't even want to deal with the hassle of making them usable in the first place? That's where I'm at. With a lot of these games, I don't even want to deal with getting them built. Or like deal with the hassle of that shit. And here's the thing. A lot of these content creators also don't want to do it either. That's why they have people piloting all their shit for them. That's why. Right? But here's the thing. Not everyone has that. But then all you're doing is basically passing off the problem to someone else. It's not as if the problem is magically gone. It's still there. It's just being passed off to someone else to deal with.
A lot of flexibility regarding what they can do within the combat itself, because you basically only have your basic attack, skill, your ultimate, and team building is going to be the main factor that determines if the team itself can be good or bad for the content that they're facing. So for example, Epic 7's endgame has a very, very wide variety of different teams needed for almost every single PvE content. You also only have 3 buttons, sometimes even
like, here's the thing, right? For a lot of these things, because of how all these things end up being structured, I need to have like a different reason to go and like actually do shit in there. To actually want to bother with the stuff in there. Right? But, you know, we'll see how things end up. But that's just the reality of everything.
Only 2, but because the team building depth in Epic 7 is so wide and so large, and because there's so many different things to do, you would feel like an overwhelming sense of depth compared to the endgame content as HSR, which is only 3, right? So often players have multiple drastically different ways of clearing a stage, not just with pay-to-win units, but literally with day 1 pure free-to-play units for the PvE content. Another example is going to be the lack of competitive leaderboards, and players' interaction within Honkai Star Rail also leads to a more stagnant meta, since this is now purely dependent on the PvE endgame rather than player-to-player interaction, which can change rapidly depending on what unit.
I mean, like,
but I'm not going to talk
with
about
a lot of these games, I don't even give a fuck about endgame, man.
It's going to be a completely different game, and it's ultimately up to you as a player which one you enjoy. So
I don't
let's
even
just
care.
talk about the future.
Because eventually endgame is just another chore. It's not even like you're playing an actual thing with these games. It's just another actual fucking chore that you just gotta deal with. So like more and more over time, I just stopped giving a fuck. Because it's just another chore and nothing else. I don't really care about endgame much anymore. I just want an actual game that will actually let me just, I don't know, play the actual game instead of stalling me and stopping me from playing it and time gating me at every possible opportunity. Right? Like, hey, you know, I remember how everyone complained about the freaking timer on supply pods in ToF 1.0. The reality is, the entirety of like almost everything in a lot of these other gacha games is that, but like 100 times worse. The only difference is it's heavily obfuscated by a bunch of other random crap, so you can't see it in front of you. But it's a lot worse. Right? And like, yeah, I agree with the people who complain about that thing. I don't want to deal with it either. I totally agree. Right? I totally agree. But yeah, that's just how things are, man.
Chapter 4, the future. Now, generally speaking, depth in the forms of turn-based gameplay in Honkai Star Rail, it is quite shallow to a lot of others in the same genre. And I'm not saying like Expedition 53, like even within the same turn-based gacha genre, it can be quite shallow, but it is this exact reason that appeals HSR to such a large number of casuals. On top of, let's just be real, the models, the graphics, they all look very, very polished compared to the competitors within the same space. Most casuals don't want to dedicate time and research into team building or how to play, how to min-max, and we don't even need to say why a casual would hate a competitive environment such as PvP or even leaderboards. Now, does this make HSR any less successful? Hell no. But is this also holding HSR back from being a great turn-based games because there are just less mechanics?
I mean, the problem is you can never get it to be what you want, because at the end of the day, no matter what, they sell you power. They literally sell you power as their primary monetization model. They sell you power. So you're never going to be able to get what you want. Unless they go around and circumvent the entirety of their monetization model.
To involve as a player, yes, at least to me as a consumer that enjoys these kind of depth and interaction, and I'm sure most of you who watch my content will also enjoy these kind of depth as well. So if Honkai Star Rail does make the decision of adding depth, flexibility, alternatives to team building and the endgame content, while this will make HSR subjectively a better game for me as well as my viewers or people that like these kind of things, it may also turn away the very same...
They have to completely bypass their monetization model for any of this shit to happen to actually matter in a meaningful way. Otherwise, it's still going to be a freaking dog shit no matter what. And that's the thing, right? It's part of why I don't really give a fuck anymore. I haven't for a while. Same time too, for endgame content, let's be real, premium currency is a dog shit reward. It's a dog shit reward for endgame content, man. It's not worth it. It's just not worth doing for how little you get out of it. And if the only reason why you're doing it is so you can go back and roll up the slot machine even further, so you can get fucked over even more, it's just stupid. But yeah, that's just how I see it.
Has been built upon since the very start of Honkai Star Rail, which is why I say one of the issues is basically the expectations that you have as a player. Looking at it now at how Hoyoverse is going to be proceeding with a business model of releasing multiple genres of casual gacha games, from Genshin to HSR to Xena Zone Zero and now to the upcoming Honkai Nexus, having a casual game for a casual audience is looking like...
To be honest, I kind of want to make a comment, be like, to be honest, I'm too casual for this shit.
The right move, as at least for this entire business as a whole,
As a
targeting
joke.
multiple genres within the gacha monetization model to eventually have a standing in every single one of them. In the market, you don't really need to have a great product, you just need to have great marketing with not a complete dog shit product. And this will be especially helpful if the product looks exceptionally well, which you have seen from the
visuals are the only thing that really matter at this point.
The models, there's the cinemas, the animation, a lot of marketing budget has been allocated to all of these Hoyoverse games.
Yep, that's all they need.
And this brings me to one of the most important things. Casual consumers won't always seek the great games. Just something accessible and gets the job done will do, and I think this is undeniable for games such as Honkai Star Rail. For example, sometimes players may Google hours and hours trying to find the best restaurant hidden away in this random alleyway at Japan, and oh my god, this and nobody paid me for, and it's absolutely insane. But most casual players would just go to the popular place that looks good and has decent reviews. So to end off this video, I personally still love Honkai Star Rail because while I acknowledge some of these things that I like to see will probably never see the light of day, it kind of contradicts their objective in the first place. I still love doing the non-casual aspects of things, such as testing different teams, making guides 0 cycles, under reactions, so on and so forth, especially with the community that I've gathered over the years, right? So from my personal experience, I also know going to the deep end of competitive non-casual games, like Counter-Side, the first PvP gacha game I ever streamed, Archery Gear PvP, Dragalia Lost High Dragon Trials, Epic 7 PvP, so on and so forth.
Dragalia Lost on EOS a long time ago though.
Being tilted, feeling the urge to swipe and getting better units or relics, or simply not enjoying myself while I'm playing the game because of all of this competitiveness. At least in Honkai Star Rail, I know that whenever I'm playing this game, Even if I hit 1% 1,000 times, or I fail my Reinx and 50/50s 1,000 times, I will never really feel that I hate this game or I don't enjoy it myself, because there's nothing on the line for me, since my enjoyment is ultimately tied to the process of playing the game itself. And I think that should
Yeah, for me, I don't like the process. I hate the process. I want to play the actual game, not the process of the game. That's me personally. And shit's why I will always skip all of this crap. Especially when it's pretty obvious to me that there's a game I would rather play instead. But
be
yeah,
the #1 priority for any player. Play the
like they're
game
always
because
an
you
instant
enjoy the
skip
game,
for me.
nothing more, nothing less. Before I end off this entire video, I have this little
Alright, you have a
segment.
good night then,
I thought of really
Zenmeister.
out, but I think it's pretty appropriate since it's going to be very, very end for the audience that you watch the entire video. Never let anyone dictate your opinion for anything. Be it for a game, an experience, your food, anything in your life, because the only opinion that is valid and weighs the most is ultimately your own. You decide for yourself if this game, this food, this clothes are good for you, great, bad, anything in between, because no one else can replicate what you feel. It doesn't matter what my opinion, any content creator's opinion, your friend's opinion, the internet's opinion is on anything. Because some might be too casual, some might be too competitive, some might prefer X more than Y, and some might have agendas to push, and the reasons as to why they have a different opinion from you, they are gonna be endless. So try it for yourselves and make your own decision based on your
It's
own
all
experience.
business in the end.
Never let anyone else cloud your judgment for anything that you want to do in life. And with that, we have sort of come to the end of today's content. Hope you guys have been enjoying the brand new green screen journey so far, trying something new. Leave your thoughts on the comments below on what sort of topic you want me to cover next time, because I've been having a lot of fun just trying this whole thing and let my editors cook, right? So, word of the day is gonna.
Alright, we take that one out. What else are we saying here? You're worthless if you rage bait. Oh boy, what is this?
This is basically a follow-up to my last video.
Okay, I don't know who
Haven't
this
seen
is.
that video, go check it out. But
Sure.
I have fell victim to rage baiting. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
But the difference between me and them is I get paid
Yep.
to get mad. Right? I can come on this channel and get as mad as possible, man. But what's gonna happen is whatever you do to rage bait me, I'm just gonna make what I've already told y'all before. I'm just gonna make a video about it, not give you your credit, make money off of you, and then fly to Jamaica and lay in a hammock and drink out of a coconut and get a booty massage from Jamaicans. Right? Rasta. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit in that dirty studio apartment with possums crawling around it, roaches crawling out of your fridge. Open up your fridge, there's nothing in there but a pack of Top ramen. Why do you have ramen in your fridge?
The fuck? Who puts ramen in the fridge?
I wanna do a little analogy. Imagine somebody that has a sad.
And the
worthless
problem is
life.
when smoke and mirrors don't work on
They
you.
hate their job.
It's just like,
Parents are
well,
divorced.
now
Oh
what?
God, I just sound like I had brain rot.
You're just gonna want to go do something else.
Parents are divorced, but when they were together, they fought constantly. Your dad smacked the hell out of you every chance he got. Your mom told you that she didn't love you and that you were an accident. Right?
Or maybe your dad went out to buy
Stinky,
milk
stinky.
and never
You
came
just sit
back.
on the ground eating Cheetos, and now you're sad.
Hey, Cheetos are good though.
You might still be a little nigga, but you might be an adult now. And you try to drink all that pain away. And what happens? You get temporary relief. But is the problem solved?
God damn, I
No,
didn't
it's
get my
not.
hidden pass key.
At the end of the day, you still have to return back to your worthless, cheesy life with your flat couch cushions. That is the exact same thing.
I don't
That's
know
the
what
exact
happened to
same
him
life
on.
of a rage baiter.
Oh, he's talking about. No, he's
It
describing
might
the
be
rage
somewhere
baiters.
close to that. I might be right on the dot, but I know I'm somewhere in the fucking ballpark. Your life sucks. And what do? You try to take that pain from your life and you try to use it against people that you know you're never gonna see in real life. You know you're not gonna say this shit to these people in real life. You're not. You're scared. You're scared of the consequences. Oh, I'm not scared. I'm just smart. I'm not gonna go to jail for something online. Okay. Well, keep that shit online then, nigga. Cause y'all know y'all not about to do that shit in real life. Some people do though. I seen a streamer named Dabo. He was in a Chipotle or whatever, and Dabo is a streamer that's known for being chopped. So one of his viewers seen him in
Depending
real
on their
life,
animation,
the
their
persona that he
animation,
puts
yeah.
on is he just lets everybody bully him for views. So
It
somebody
is
tried
what it
in
is,
real life.
man. But if that's really
this
what they
close to
want, there are better ways that they can get what they want.
That's where shit crosses the
There are
line.
better ways.
If you're gonna dick suck, keep that shit online, because you run into the wrong person in real life. This isn't even like a. I'm not even trying to set y'all up or nothing. It's not even like a threat or nothing. I'm just, if you run into the wrong person in real life, these people are like mentally fucked, man. Like, some people don't have anything to lose. You have no idea what people are going through. That could be their last straw. You really want to risk yourself to rage bait in real life? Clickbait, get views. You're really you're gonna risk yourself to clout chase. But anyways, back on track, right? Remember I told y'all the people that with a sad life, they try to drink it away, but they still have that sad life? Yeah, these rage baiters that just do anything. First of all, it's usually to their favorite creator, but some people just are just so sad and worthless in their lives that they use rage baiting as a tactic to get a reaction out of people that they know they're not gonna meet. So
Yep.
they get temporary happiness from that. Just like how a drunk gets temporary happiness from getting drunk, but they still have to go back to that painful, painful life. You get temporary happiness from getting a reaction out of your favorite content creator. You would, ooh, I gotta tell y'all this. I told y'all this in another video, but I gotta bring it back up. I just remembered. Oh my God, that's so sad. Oh yeah, and by the way, guys, if you ever hear like my mic echoing or something like that, I just recorded like 15 minutes of this video. I do this all the time, and then when I went back to look, my voice was echoing.
Okay,
I don't know why it does
rip
that.
him.
This is a brand new mic, damn near. I tried different ports in my PC, doesn't work. I have no idea what the hell is going on. So if you guys hear an echo and it bothers you that bad, just click off the video. But sometimes I'm just gonna post it anyways with the echo. There's nothing I can tell you. I'm gonna try to. I don't know. Maybe it's my PC. I have no fucking idea. But you still have to return back to your cheesy life after you're done rage baiting and getting your reactions. Let me tell you a little story. Any of my old Saya Speaks viewers that have been watching me since I started this channel last April, y'all, I think, I know my OG viewers for my live streams on Twitch and
let me
Kick
just
know
go in.
exactly what I'm talking about. But I had this one
Stupid
viewer.
matching thing is so dumb, man.
This nigga made 26 accounts. Keep in mind, this is on Kick. If you do this on Twitch, they're gonna IP ban you.
Yep.
So you can't just keep making accounts. But Kick, they're kind of sloppy with shit. So I was on Kick streaming at the time. I haven't streamed on Kick in months. I'm only on Twitch now, but I was on Kick streaming at the time. And he said something in my chat. I knew he was a brain rot viewer. I knew he just wanted attention. So I fed him. I gave him the attention that he wanted.
Damn,
Sometimes
he
I'm
fed
just in a
him.
good mood and I
He
give
got
y'all
free
the attention
food.
because I know some of y'all's lives are actually
He
sad.
got free food.
So I try to entertain you.
Damn.
That's what I do. It's my job, right? But then it got bad. So I'm like, okay, all right, stop. If you keep going,
If you
you're
want,
banned.
if you want to feed him, send him to
Banned him.
what? A homeless shelter or something where
That
they can
point
give
on,
him
he
food.
made 25 more accounts to keep coming back in.
Yeah, they're rational and
he did
desperate.
this for weeks.
Using personal attacks to win arguments. Yep.
Until I realized that he
Sounds
wasn't
about
in my
right.
chat
You
one
send
day,
him
and
to
I was
the
like,
zoo.
guys, shh, don't say anything.
True.
But if he comes back, just don't give him any attention. Now, I don't have that many viewers in my streams. I only have like 40, 50, 60, 70 viewers in my fucking streams. Max, you know? So I can say that to them and they're gonna listen. Like 1 or 2 people might not give a fuck about what I'm saying, but like for the people, if I got like 40 something viewers, man, like they're all gonna listen to me, right? So he came back in the chat. Nobody gave him any attention. He was in my chat for 5 minutes max.
God, I hate this RNG to try and get the
After I stopped giving him reactions,
hidden
I
thing.
never seen him again. Can you fucking believe that? He didn't want to rage bait that entire time. Oh, another example. I had posted a hate comment on my Instagram, or a hate DM on my Instagram story, and then I seen someone reply to my story and say, "Bro, you always respond to the negative comments and not the positive ones." That just goes to show you that all they want is a response out of me. That's all they want. They just want to talk to me. You want me. But
Yep. It is
I
what it is,
scroll up.
man.
And I look at his replies. Hate, hate, hate. Love, 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 love. Hate, hate, hate. Each time I say hate, 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 or love, 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 these are different story replies from months of them just trying to get a reaction. They tried to hate, they tried to love, they tried to disagree with me, they tried to over dick ride me. And then finally, they were like, "Bro, I can't take this anymore. You only respond to the negative comments." Basically pleading, like, what am I gonna do to get your attention? That's all these rage baiters want.
Yeah.
They just want a reaction. Now, I don't have enough pull to talk to everybody on Earth. What I'm saying isn't gonna stop the rage baiting. You know what I'm saying? And that's a lot of things. People bring that shit up. People bring that shit up a lot in my comments, and they're always like, "Bro, why are you making videos about these topics and you're not even gonna change anything?" I don't give a fuck. People are saying like, "Oh, you need to make rants about topics that's more meaningful." Nigga, I made a rant about a fucking goose that pissed me off in the middle of the highway. You think I give a fuck about meaningful topics? Whether you think it's meaningful or not has nothing to do with me. How many times do I gotta tell y'all, if I feel like making a video about this lighter, I'm gonna make a video about the fucking lighter? I don't care about views. Fuck the views. I'm saying? Like, yeah, it'll piss me off if my video flops, duh, but am I gonna delete the video? Suck my dick. I'm done doing that shit.
Okay.
That's what I made this channel for, so I can be myself.
This is quite the weird
Pisses you off?
reaction
I don't
was
care.
Just
Suck
a
big
guy
fatty.
raging.
A big fat wad. Veins in it. But yeah, a lot of y'all in my comments be mad as hell. What you mad about what I'm talking about for? I already told y'all, if y'all go to my community tab, I will say this a million times. If y'all
Who
go back
hurt
there, I
him?
already told y'all I'm gonna be making topics about
Who hurt
I'm gonna be
him?
making rants about topics that either piss me off
Right?
or
Who hurt this guy?
just basically whatever I feel like doing. It don't matter what the topic is. No matter how meaningless it is, I'm still gonna yap about it. If you don't like it, stop watching. Unsub. Literally, as soon as you unsub, somebody's gonna sub and take your place. Do what you gotta do, gang. Basically, back on topic, I wish I could tell everybody on Earth this. Please just stop feeding into it, because if everybody just stops feeding into the rage bait and stop giving them the attention that they want so bad, it's gonna stop. That example that I gave you all about that worthless viewer that I had that made 26 accounts, that is nuts. Y'all think I'm lying about that, man. Dude, if you just stop. Keep in mind, he was getting attention for weeks. I said one time, stop. Don't give him any more attention.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a year and a half or 2 years, whenever that was. In 5 minutes. All it took was 5 minutes of him trying to get a reaction out of me.
Yeah,
Everybody,
he's gonna
me
come
and everybody in
home
my
soon
chat
with
ignored
milk.
him. He unfollowed
His
me. And I've
dad's
never
gonna
seen
come
him again.
home soon with milk.
Those types
You're
of people, I
right.
want to just see what you look like.
He's
Are you
been rage
okay?
baited for so
What the
long.
fuck? There's no way
Is
they're
Daddy
real.
finally gonna come home with milk?
That's that NPC shit.
Find out next
You know?
time.
Like, I'm starting to think like we might be walking among fake people. I don't know. I'm not even trying to sound like so
Sure,
Illuminati
Among
or
Us.
nothing, bro, but like that scared me a little bit. You
It's
dick
Among
rolled for
Us.
3 weeks, but the moment I didn't give you any attention, I just never seen you again? That goes to show you, man. Just don't feed into it, and they're gonna stop. It's that easy. You can come into my stream and try to piss me off all you want, man. Do what you gotta do. Listen. It is very. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Oh, sorry, don't say this. You're just gonna get rage baited again, dude. I get paid to get mad. So go ahead, rage bait me. And the thing is, I don't get mad at the people that's obviously
Finally a
trying to piss me
hidden
off on
pass
purpose.
key.
You might think I'm getting mad at you, but I'm literally just entertaining you because I know you have a sad life. But people that be like dead serious, like for example, this dude just commented, and you know what's crazy? He called me an asshole, but he's gonna be watching this video right here.
Nice.
You're gonna be watching the people that comment hate. You've been commenting, not even just hate, but like signifying that you're annoyed at me. If you're annoyed at me, unsub. If I'm an asshole, unsub. No, you're still gonna watch.
Yep.
You know
That's
what?
why hate viewers are the best kind of viewer. Hate
I'm
viewers
not
are the
even gonna
best kind.
show
Hate
your
watchers are the
I'm not
best
even gonna
kind.
show your username.
You can
I'm
do
gonna
literally
crop out-
anything
I'm
and they
gonna
will
do this live
watch.
in the video too. I'm gonna crop out your name. I'm gonna crop out your profile picture, so you can't go into the comments and be like, "Hey, that's me," so you can get a whole bunch of likes. Nope. So hold this. Look what he said. The people who use that type of slang, keep in mind, this is the video that I was talking about, the brain rot terms and all that. Like I don't like when people just, if you have no idea what he's talking about, just go back and watch literally the video that's right before this, right? But listen, he said the people that use that type of slang, what are they doing wrong? You, Saya, and everybody else that agrees with him are looking down on and bringing down individuals who use slang you just personally don't like. It's not hurting
they be
anybody.
tsundere,
Let people live
exactly.
their lives. It's just slang. Saya, stop being an asshole.
A hate watcher is someone that continues to watch something even though they don't like it or they hate it. That's a hate watcher.
He mad as shit because he used that shit. How am I bringing you down? If I have enough power to physically bring your mental
They're
health
the best
down from
kind
a
of
fucking
viewer.
video that I made on the internet,
Because again,
you need a reality
you
check.
can do literally anything and then they will watch.
I'm bringing you down? People
Hate
tell
watchers are
me
the
all the
best.
time that I put myself on a pedestal and shit, and I just
It's
think
been a
I'm better
while,
than
though,
everybody
yeah.
else. No, you think that I'm better than you. You think that I'm better than everybody else. That's your conscious talking, or your subconscious. That's your subconscious talking. That's what you think. And that's how it came out. Ain't nobody said that shit. You just get that because the way I talk is loud. It's down. You're not used to that shit. You wouldn't be able to handle me in real life.
Yeah,
You wouldn't be
cooldown's
able to
haven't gone the
handle
order.
like me talking to you like this in real life. Like y'all probably be like, you're talking too loud. Stop. You wouldn't be able to handle that shit. 99% of those motherfuckers that comment shit like that in my comments, bro, they'll see me in real life and want to take a fucking picture with me, as always. You're nothing but a fucking fan, bro. So go ahead.
Not in a long
commenting
while.
shit like that in my comments and keep engaging.
Oh fuck, my
People in
ult needs
comments talking about-
blueprints.
Sorry, obviously you're
Oh,
bothered about the
great.
shit
I'll
that
have
you
to go
talked
get
about on your
blueprints.
page because you're making videos about it. If you don't want to make content, bro, then just stop making content and go get a real job. I never said I hated content creating, bro. I don't know why y'all get that vibe. I never said that. And of course, I'm mad about the shit that I make
Yes.
videos about on
It literally is. And they're propping up Mua just to spite Genshin
this
and
channel.
Hoyo.
I make
Even though at the end of the day, it's literally the same fucking garbage. It's like, I don't like it, so I don't touch it.
this channel to make videos about shit that pisses me off.
Right? It's like... It's like, I know what it is. I realized
what?
it pretty quickly. That it was the
I'm gonna
same
go find
fucking
another comment. Give
garbage.
me a
And I
second.
was like...
This nigga said,
instantly
bro thinks
burnt
he's
out.
wise. You're disgusting. Y'all see what I'm saying? Look, bro thinks he's wise. You're disgusting. I disgust you? If I disgust, stop watching me then, bro. I'm not about to sit there and force myself to watch somebody that disgusts me. What the fuck is the point of that? You're a pointless bitch. What did I literally just tell y'all? His subconscious is talking. I never said I was wise. That's what you think. You think that shit. Because people aren't used to me talking like, not just me, people aren't used to someone talking like this.
Okay.
You're not used to this shit. I'm cracking your shell just by speaking. I disgust you? All right. I'm not even going to dig into the comments because if I dig into the comments, it's going to be a 90-minute video. I'm just going to end it off here. If something else pisses me off, best believe I'm sitting my ass right. No, hold on. Another off.
Yeah, it's not even close to what ToF is. Not even close.
Why somebody was like,
it's not even close, man.
It was completely off topic. He just mad. People are just mad.
Here's the thing, right? If it actually was that, what you said, the discount thing pretending, I probably would have lasted a lot longer. If it actually was that. If it was, I probably would have lasted a lot longer. But it's not. But yeah, it is just literally just Genshin with a 10% off gacha rate and better graphics. The other stuff underlying beneath it though is actually worse than what's in Genshin. Do you have to like do some digging around and looking through at all the numbers and understanding all the systems and stuff inside to figure that out? Yes. Are most people gonna bother to actually check that far in? No, because all it needs to do is look or feel good enough for them to count, to make them happy. Whether like the actual thing actually being good, that does not matter at all. It doesn't. Right? Like, it doesn't. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. And, like, for me as well, right? You know, if I'm not willing to tolerate their bullshit to play what little game they actually have in there, I'm not gonna tolerate, I'm not gonna touch them. Right? And, like, for me personally, I'm not a fan of having account pilots. I understand why a lot of, content creators and stuff do get account pilots. But, like, again, like, for me personally, what's the whole, like, I look at it as, like, what's the point if I'm just gonna skip over everything? And I want, like, if I want to just skip everything, then what's even the point? Right? If I'm not even gonna be, like, actually doing stuff in there, what's even the point if I want someone else to do all the things for me because I want to skip over everything? And, like, here's the thing, though, right? You think about, again, like, your time spent in there, right? You only have so much time on this planet, right? You only have so much time. You could spend it doing literally anything else. You could spend your time playing a game, playing literally any other game. Why would you waste your time doing the shit in there where less than 1% of your time spent logged in is you actually playing the game? Like, why even? Why not just spend your time playing a different game where you actually get to play the game? Right? Why not do that instead? And that's just how I look at things. Unless it's like, it's like unique enough where like, there's literally no other replacement. Or the ratio is like, at a point where it's like, acceptable where, hey, maybe your chore is just you logging in for like, you know what, 40 seconds a day or whatever, when you're not actually playing the game. If it's something like that, just because they want you to log in, I'm a lot more tolerable for that. But when it's like 15, 20, 30 minutes a day, plus a couple hours of chores an entire patch cycle, for me to play maybe 1 hour, 2 hours of content, less than 1% of my playtime is actually playing the game. Right? Except here's the thing. It doesn't always get you views. Cause like, guess what? It didn't really get me views. Right? Which is why I've like basically made it as like a hidden rule for some of these games. If I'm not actually interested in actually playing it for what's there, I would need to get paid to play it.
Mad at me.
Welcome Raiders as well.
This dude was
we
like,
are just reacting to this rage debate thing while doing something else.
I gotta work 9 to 5 every day, and all you gotta do is sit in that chair in your fucking room and just talk shit, and you make 5 times more money as me. It's not fair. What the fuck?
Yep.
All right, well, quit your 9 to 5 job and sit in a chair and talk shit and see if you can come to my level. Do it. Do it. Quit your job and sit in a chair and talk shit and do exactly what I do. If y'all think it's just so easy, y'all think, nigga, you have to have You have to have an engaging
I was told
personality.
this is React.
You have to have your room
This
set
is
up
the-
right. You have
this
to
is
have
one
your
of the
lighting set
ways
up right. You have to have
here.
thousands of dollars worth of equipment.
Yeah, I don't drama farm.
Even though my mic fucks up sometimes, when it's not fucking up, it's still quality. Y'all know my shit crystal clear right now. But the equipment, it isn't even it's all about the personality. 99.9% of these motherfuckers can't do what I do because they don't have the personality for it. They don't have the vocabulary for it. They don't have enough words in
That's
their
a
brain to
long
do
one.
what I do. You feel what I'm
We're
saying?
just being
But it's not
efficient
even
and
just the fact that I
doing
started from
React
zero
while I'm farming some other thing here.
and just sat in a chair and started talking shit. I've been
What do
making
you mean
content since
oh, it's
2018.
fine.
I've been had a big ass fan base.
It'll be fine.
But there's
It'll
people,
fix itself.
you obviously don't see that shit in the background, but there's
Yeah, it just
people in
doesn't
here
like the
that just
guy
think this is
raging.
my only
It just doesn't like the guy raging, that's all. It's fine. Don't worry.
channel, and I just got lucky because God knows what. And I just sat down, started talking shit, and I got 65K. I got 65,000 subscribers now.
Yep.
If it's that easy, then fucking do it.
Exactly. Alright, let's go to the next one then. Alright, let me just double check. How does it look here? Okay, okay, it is glitching out there. Alright, we back? Okay. Interesting. Oh wait, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a different... Alright, we should be good. Some of these are short as hell, though. Okay, let's see. Fortnite OG does not hold up. I don't really care much about Fortnite, but here you guys go. Because you want me to see this for some reason.
When I originally sat down to make this script, I had every intention of producing a standard review of a season that I actually quite like. Season 3 of OG might not feature my favorite Chapter 1 map or loot pool, but it's the first season that feels like a complete
Right,
Chapter 1
Encoder's fine again
experience.
now,
The
right?
reason I don't want to spend 8 to 10 minutes gushing over all the great changes this season introduced is because this mode honestly doesn't deserve the praise. To say that Fortnite OG is in a poor state right now is an understatement.
I think
and
he's
due to
talking
Epic's
about
neglect of this mode,
the
they have truly
season-
tainted what
the-
should be an enjoyable experience.
The reboot
So
of the
instead
Battle
glazing
Royale
this
mode.
lazy shell of a Chapter 1 recreation that Epic has the audacity to call OG, I will tackle everything that hinders this mode and ultimately explain why Fortnite OG does not hold up. Bots genuinely kill this mode. While I talked about bots already, and my goal here isn't to just rehash issues I've already discussed, I would be remiss if I didn't address it once more, if nothing else at least for the sake of critical redundancy. I will stand by the idea that Chapter 1 remains the best time period in Fortnite's history, solely because of how authentic each match felt with 100 real players. Ever since then, playing pubs is a nightmarish
Goddamn.
experience, where the only way Epic can accommodate the monotonous pattern of looking for signs of life in a PvP video game is by polluting the loot pool with a nauseating amount of unbalanced item rotation. Unfortunately for OG, it doesn't
rip.
have item rotation due to its persistence with being exactly the same, except for when it isn't, and this means looking for other players is an unskippable cutscene that will remind you why reload is far superior to this hand-holding rancid monotony. Despite what some smooth brain out there may have you believe, there is nothing interesting or rewarding about fighting bots. I don't give a rat's ass if players were at one point as bad as these lobby fillers, because unless you were wearing a headband, drinking Red Bull, and your name rhymes with Tyler Ninja Blevins, then guess what? You were just as terrible as them too. Winning in Chapter 1 was not
Yep.
easy, and that's where the satisfaction came from when you finally did. The issue is Epic have cultivated a generation of players who have grown up with AI lobbies, essentially conditioning them to an experience with training wheels that many are unable to function without.
For school.
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
This is why despite OG launching with no AI, degenerate babies on Twitter cried over the mode being too challenging, and in the fastest response time to any criticism that will ever be made on the Epic development team, the decision was made to flood lobbies the very next day with AI. The issue since then has basically gone unaddressed. They recently increased the minimum number of real players from 25 to 45, only to silently revert it. And as of the time that I'm writing this script, there can now be as low as 8 real players in an OG lobby. 8 real players out of 100. What the fuck?
Yeah, why even play that anymore?
This is by far the mode's biggest missed opportunity to offer something that actually stands apart.
You got a lobby of like 100, but it's only 8 players. The rest are bots.
Damn. Main VR. If you aren't interested in playing against solely real players, you would still have the option to play the Kindergarten playlist. And if you're someone who wants a more challenging experience, you could play the OG
just go
mode.
play
Epic
PvE
calls
game.
Fortnite a metaverse?
What a joke!
Because from where I stand, Epic seems too afraid to adapt anything.
No, they should replace it all with cheese. Make it the Fediverse instead. Replace it all with feta cheese. It can be the Fediverse.
That actually drives a unique experience. Genuine pussies.
Right? They should replace it all with
Storm
feta
circles
cheese.
and OG
Make
are
it the
broken.
Fediverse.
I don't know why, but at some point during
Fediverse.
Season 2, Epic made the brilliant decision to improve Fortnite OG with a quality of life change by removing the existing OG 9-phase storm circles and replacing them with the putrid 12-phase one. I am not kidding when I say that the first storm circle encompasses the entire Chapter 1 island. Now, I have always assumed that the 12-phase storm circle primarily exists to promote the accessibility of early game and mid game objectives. Players are more likely to interact with the new content like black markets or vaults if they have the appropriate time to do so. You know what all of Chapter 1 doesn't have? Mid game and early game objectives. Players don't really need additional time in a mode that doesn't have anything to fill that time with. And honestly, if they wanted to give a little bit of extra time to finish out fights in the early game, I can understand the incentive to make the first zone a bit more generous compared to the aggressive nature of the 9-phase storm, but there is no reason it should be as large as it is, as well as its subsequent zones decreasing its radius by only about the size of Salty Springs. The problem with this is players are given way too much time to fight in the early to mid game, and as a result, the remaining 10 or less players occupy a good fourth of the map. The footage you are seeing right now is not a creative map that doesn't get players, it's not a Project Era server on NA, and it's not edited gameplay. This is a real OG match of me searching a safe zone that I cannot see across that only has 3 other players, 2 of which were not real. Look, Epic, I know you're stretched thin with the multiple different modes that you have to maintain, and attempting to fix issues in this one is like cutting off a Hydra's head. It just creates more. So I'll make it very fucking simple for you. Just revert the storm circles in OG to the version that is actually OG. Ziplines, ascenders, and rifts are all in the builds mode, which I'm gonna be honest with you, doesn't really bother me. I understand that the criticism is that they don't belong in the builds mode because they aren't needed and they're not OG. I would be fine with their removal. In fact, I was fine when they weren't in the builds mode pre-season 3. But with the Chapter 4 reworked training wheel storm circles, they're kind of a necessary evil. Rifts specifically are the only thing that makes finding players much less of a chore, and the mode is quite unplayable without them. Yes, they are obnoxious for the same reason that all rotation is. Players just run with it. Like, the majority of the players left playing OG are very clearly employed and have spent their little time playing this game, memorizing every single rift location, and will pinball between them when a fight gets a little too risky. And if that's not cancer enough, these little rats will build bases surrounding them so that they can get out of jail in case someone tries to fight them in a PvP game. I know he's sitting on that fucking rift. Yup, I fucking knew it. Look, this is not something I really care about that much. I think it should even be left in if they're going to double down on the new storm circle changes. I just think it's funny that an unnecessary feature became somewhat necessary because of a quote-unquote quality of life change. Zero builds is a nightmare in Fortnite OG. I feel like this doesn't require a deep explanation. Chapter 1 was not built during a time period where zero builds existed, and as a result, the loot pool, map, and lack of movement make the mode somewhat unplayable. To give a little bit of glaze to Epic, a good number of modern features like the new movement are implemented in this mode. This improves the experience of playing Chapter 1 without heavily tampering with the gameplay as a whole. What I don't understand is how inconsistently Epic applies this logic. Despite zero builds desperately needing item rotation, there is is none because it didn't exist during this season. Like, sure, there's impulses and launch pads, which now can be placed using materials, but that's it. The mode already has an endless number of inconsistencies as a Chapter 1 adaptation, so why is this the hill they're willing to die on? It wouldn't even require adding items that don't exist in Chapter 1. Reload uses the grappler and shockwaves for its item rotation, both of which are present in Chapter 1, and that's a modern mode. Oh, but you see, shockwaves and grapplers weren't added until Season 5, so adding them back now wouldn't be OG.
Fuck you.
Well, guess what, Epic? Reboot vans weren't in the game until Season 8, so why are they in now? What about the slurp juice change? I mean, sure, it's better, but that's not OG. Or let's get real technical here. What about first shot accuracy? I mean, that wasn't added until Season 3, but we had it prior to that point. What gives, Epic? That's not OG. This doesn't even scratch the surface of the countless number of changes within the way that items work that functionally makes them completely different from their Chapter 1 counterparts. But for some reason, these dipshits draw the line at item rotation. Don't get me wrong, I love that Fortnite OG doesn't have a disgusting quantity of rotation in builds, but Zero Build specifically needs it. Instead, Zero Builds gets Porta Bunkers, an item that was added in Chapter 3 and spawns halfway in the ground every time you use it.
Okay.
No one can convince me this mode gets playtesting. The number of bugs in Fortnite OG is sickening, and the best way I can convey to you how actually broken this mode is by listing off a good number of the bugs I in the community noticed that aren't overly pedantic issues. Shout out to AliJax on Twitter. This man has an entire thread dedicated to pointing out inconsistencies and bugs in this mode, and I only handpicked the ones I found to be especially annoying. Let's begin. The TAC SMG has basically no firing audio, features the watered down statistics, and has been completely disabled at this point. Some bushes on the map flicker for whatever reason.
It is, yes, years old. I don't know. It's old.
Shotgun shells in them.
Very
the mag
old.
sound effects you hear in the final bullets
guess.
has global attenuation, meaning the literal entire match hears it no matter where you are. The LMG and Burst AR have the wrong recoil and spread. The Scoped AR has the wrong recoil and spread. The Suppressed SMG has the wrong headshot multiplier and spread. The remote explosives do 100 damage instead of 70. The pump shotgun uses the Chapter 2 spread, which is larger, and features damage statistics that don't exist at any point in time during Chapter 1. The TAC shotgun also has the wrong damage and spread. All shotgun structure damage is too low. The pistol icon and model are from Chapter 2. This one is especially weird. The SCAR uses the Chapter 2 model, the Chapter 1 icon, and the Chapter 1 textures. What? The low-tier versions of the assault rifle still use the Chapter 2 weapon icon. The hand cannon features this weapon icon when it's supposed to look like this. Where the fuck did they even find this? Some issues that weren't directly mentioned that I found include rifts not appearing when players use them, the gray TAC shotgun is missing and the gray pump is still in the game, and the final one I noticed is this weird echo effect that can sometimes play throughout the entire match.
Oh, it's not dead. Moving around.
This list goes on and on of countless inconsistencies and bugs that plague this mode. And look, I want to level with you. Many of these inconsistencies and bugs don't detract from the gameplay and are very insignificant. So why do I bother discussing them if they ultimately don't matter? Well, the reason I point out these seemingly menial details is because they are a symptom of a larger issue with how Epic views and handles the OG mode. It seems like the people responsible for this Chapter 1 mode have little to no passion for actually developing it. I mean, I don't know what other conclusion I'm meant to come to when something as simple as the AR icon has been fucked up for 3 seasons now. This is something that they could fix tomorrow if they actually cared. And it mainly bothers me because when something this simple has been blatantly broken for this long, it tells me that they aren't interested in addressing potentially larger issues with this mode. OG clearly was never meant to be anything more than a cash grab by Epic, and the bugs and inconsistencies are indicative of that. Chapter 1 returning again was just something that could cash in on some nostalgia bucks one last time. Before this mode was ever even announced, a creative map that surprisingly gained a lot of popularity was Rewind Royale by Panville. The thing that caught me off guard about this Chapter 1 creative map was how damn good it was. It was honestly insane how much they were able to get accurate using Epic's unfinished engine for Fortnite. Like, details that Epic themselves couldn't even be asked to get accurate, and I guarantee you if UEFN was actually the step up that it was labeled to be, it likely would have been 1-to-1 in many ways. Now, I recognize that Panville employs a very talented team, but how are you going to let a map creator using UEFN create a more accurate representation of the Chapter 1 island. The attention to detail within Rewind Royale was clearly born from a place of passion that was never afforded to the OG mode Epic made. This point is driven home by the fact that Chapter 1 recreations can't be monetized, so the only incentive for creating this map is from a place of passion, whereas Epic's interest in creating an OG mode is for the sake of monetary gain on their end. Stop complaining, of course Epic Games' incentive for making OG is to make money. Epic is a company after all, and they need to make money. Shut the fuck up! The problem is not that Epic Games wants to make money, it's that they only view Fortnite OG as something they can capitalize off of, and not a genuine way to grow their metaverse, and their poor development of this mode informs that truth.
That's why they should change it. Change it from a metaverse to a fediverse. Fill it with feta cheese instead.
This mode's shortcomings honestly make me sad because it neutered what should be a modernized time capsule of Chapter 1.
Wouldn't you want the
It's
cheese
especially
instead?
painful because these flaws are not deep-rooted issues with the mode that would require fundamentally altering what Chapter 1 was. Bots did not exist during Chapter 1, and the game was far more engaging because of it. The 12-day storm circle was not built for the OG island, and matches where you are left searching a vast safe zone for the few remaining players reflect that. Zero builds is handled so poorly that it feels like an afterthought, and the number of bugs and inconsistencies demonstrate Epic's disinterest and lack of passion for developing a Chapter 1 recreation. It hurts because these problems aren't difficult to rectify, and many would only require simple tweaks or reverts. Chapter 1 Season 3 has by far the most well-rounded and entertaining loot pool yet, but isn't given the spotlight it deserves due to Epic's laziness and fear of deviating from features that reward participation. Chapter 1 may be heavily associated with nostalgia, but this mode's failure does not dictate the idea that that's all there was in the way of praise for this time period. Chapter 1 is unequivocally still this game's most healthy and true to its nature time period that Fortnite's Battle Royale has ever been. It's truly unfortunate that we might never get to re-experience these seasons as they were. The original Chapter 1 might have had its focus primarily on the boots-on-the-ground shooting game, not delivering on a more objective-based experience like today, but that was the beauty of it. Having an overabundance of AI roaming a massive safe circle indirectly kills what Chapter 1 stood for with its engaging and heavily weapon-based gameplay. The game might not have been perfect by any means, but at least it had a sense of authenticity. New weapon additions were actually interesting, loot pools didn't struggle nearly as much with diversity, content wasn't created to meet some quota, but rather for meaningful evolution, and the map evolved in a way that focused on improvement rather than just change. The primary audience that disagrees with these notions likely didn't get the opportunity to experience it, and unfortunately likely never will, because Fortnite's OG mode does not hold up.
Okay, well, we can get rid of that one. We're not gonna do this one. Because again, like I said, we're not gonna do the hate watching thing. So we ignore that one. Alright, let's go up to here.
There's very few gacha games that I consider my main game. Usually I play one for around a month, then either just leave or maybe come back once in a while. Or just don't ever return entirely. You might imagine my surprise when I realized that I spent the last 3 months and close to $100 on a game. I don't say this lightly that I typically don't play a gacha game regularly for more than 1 month at a time, so this title has really captured me in some way. My name is Psyche, and out of all the ones I've played, there's something special about Punishing Grey Raven. For the record, this video is not sponsored by PGR, as I don't think any game is perfect, and I will be venting out some complaints every now and then. In any case, despite some minor blemishes, I still think PGR is the best action gacha game I played, and here are the reasons why. I don't think I've seen a gacha game as action intensive as PGR, with many buttons to press and dodge timings to focus on. Each character has 3 skills and often their unique passives that you have to work into every rotation. At the same time, all the way from its launch in 2019, the game looks incredibly good now from a graphics perspective. There's particles and attack warnings everywhere that I sometimes can't look away for a second. It's a game where timings are everything, meaning that if you want the best experience, you're gonna want a decent device to run it on. Why not try one of the best? I'd like to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video, Red Magic.
Yes.
The Red Magic 10 Pro was a phone I bought. Being a long-time user myself, this is a phone brand I can get behind. And thank you again to Red Magic for sponsoring the video. Before I go into the fine details of PGR's combat, this follow-up review is releasing in the midst of the Global Service Accelerated schedule, where the content of multiple patches are sandwiched into one as an effort to catch up to the CN servers. Rewards and stamina vials are handed out like free candy, so your experience playing is likely going to be different if you start a year from now. A lot has changed since I first reviewed the game last year. I originally wanted to get this video out a lot sooner, but I found myself trying to complete more of the game's story and challenge modes to get a deeper understanding of them. I'm pleased to say that I'm close to hitting player level 100, completed up to chapter 21 of the main story, and collected quite a decent roster. Jumping back into the game during the accelerated schedule also presented some challenges of its own. For one, I would have greatly helped if I knew which future patches contained what rewards. After using the standard banner check to guarantee my copy of Bianca to complete my first actual physical team, I didn't read the patch notes of literally the next one, and realized that I made a mistake. But wait a minute, what's this? We are so back. So there's a lot of reasons why I decided to stick with PGR after all these months. I tried out a bunch of action brawler gachas, and they were mostly fine. But I overall found PGR's combat to be the most intriguing to play, and it was only after I started getting serious with character builds that I soon realized why. Tinkering around the game after my initial review, I realized that every gameplay feature in PGR has a purpose in how it all ties in together. Every character, or constructs as they're called in this game, have 3 skills. They're color-coded in red, blue, and yellow, except you don't actually just activate them in the traditional sense. They're typically lined up in a horizontal row, each instance of the skill represented as a ping, and the bar can fill up to 16. Pinging one skill orb will cause the skill queue to move towards the end. However, if you ping a skill that has 3 of the same adjacent to another, you perform a 3 ping, essentially a powered-up version of the skill. This means that your usage of pings while in combat is sort of a micromanagement minigame where you try to line everything up to do 3 pings instead. Better yet, when evading at the right time, you enter Matrix where everything is slowed down. In every single ping, even if it's by itself, will count as a 3 ping. This means that if a character wants multiple 3 pings in a row for their rotation, dodging at the right time can actually make it easier to fulfill. Not only that, each team consists of 3 constructs, and their positions are color-coded to match the 3 skills' colors too. This is because whenever you do a 3 ping, you can activate the QTE skill of the construct matching the color of the skill. This means where you place each character in a team actually matters, especially when you take certain character kits into consideration. For example, Nanami here can switch between 2 modes, and the switch button is the yellow orb slot. Given that this orb can only switch her between the modes and cannot do a 3 ping, she will want to be placed on the yellow slot on the team, since she can only perform 3 pings on blue and red. Since the order in which the pings show up are random, it technically means that every rotation you do will be slightly different, and you have to adapt on the spot. This entire system is pretty genius. Not only are you tested mechanically while in combat, you're also playing a mind game trying to line up the pings to suit your rotation. Now that being said, this system doesn't exist in a vacuum. There are many ways to manipulate the ping order RNG to make it more favorable, and certain character kits like Nanami just have their orbs laid out as normal skill slots. At this point, I've seen a lot of character kit explanations that read like a phone book, but I think PGR takes the cake for possibly designing some of the most complex kits I've seen in a gacha game. Of course, this isn't necessarily a dick measuring contest to see which game has the most complex character kits, since I'm pretty neutral towards this topic, but I found it to be pretty intriguing to learn how to master all these characters. Granted, if you don't want to learn all this, you can of course just use an online guide, and they're going to streamline the entire process for you. But the core gameplay is just the start. Being around for more than 5 years at this point, PGR benefits from having a lot of content. I've been busy keeping up with the weekly game modes, and I actually haven't even touched any of the roguelike campaigns yet. I certainly would consider myself a casual, so I typically just try to score high in Phantom Pain Cage or Warzone stages and just call it a day. There's all sorts of builds you can do with the memory sets that slightly benefit each mode.
I mean, it can eventually just rearrange itself for you to remove it.
Of course, the accelerated update schedule absolutely has something to do with the surplus of stamina given out. though even when I played last year, I didn't have much trouble with it. Basically, everything is packaged into spending stamina for the event farming stage. You can literally just press one button and expand all your stamina. The event tokens gained can be used to buy pretty much every possible upgrade material imaginable, including just straight up buying every slot for memory sets. You can then resonate each memory with 2 slots, one on top, one on bottom. Since PGR released before Genshin corrupted the gacha scene with RNG relics, I found the resonance boosts to be very easy to get. You can farm these guaranteed resonance tickets that just let you manually choose which one you want tagged to that memory. After that, you can hyper-tune each memory to give yourself even more stats. It was then that I started unlocking some of the Infinitas Awakening for constructs, basically letting you start with a 3-ping when the battle starts and you get to choose which color it is. Pretty nifty way to curb the RNG in your favor, but not directly just giving a boring stat boost. Diving deeper into PGR's progression system was an entirely new can of worms when I returned. The first time around, I didn't even pull any 6-star weapons, so I didn't know just how much more impactful
they made it even worse. They made the Genshin relic system even worse. They made it worse. The Genshin's relic system is nowhere near as awful as Wuwa's Echoes. And Genshin artifacts are already pretty bad. They're mathematically and statistically far worse. Even if you ignore getting the main stat thing because you can endlessly farm that or whatever. Even if you ignore that aspect, even though you're still wasting your time trying to go get those things.
As I started getting some 6-star weapons, I realized that there's 2 tabs where you can resonate or harmonize the weapon. Resonance is essentially yet another passive skill tagged to that weapon. I was sort of confused when guides started mentioning deadline timing, then I realized what it actually does. Pretty busted. With harmonizing, which I haven't been able to get into yet, you can tag another 2 additional pieces of memories to the weapon, making it technically possible to have 2 4-set bonuses.
Wait, they added that now? What the fuck?
I guess this also transitions into the gacha system, since this is where you get the weapons to begin with. As I play more games with 50-50 rate up, I thought to myself, saving up for a target and not getting what I want kinda sucks. If only there was some way not to deal with this. Turns out, games like this exist. PGR has a 100% rate up chance for characters at a 60 pity, so once you have 15,000 black cards, you're guaranteed to get what you want. There's also the Cub, which is sort of like the additional way to buff up your construct. This one's more optional, but the rate up for the current patch's character is 100%, while everything else is 80%. Lastly, the weapons. After tinkering around with it, I gotta be honest, I don't think this is the best weapon system out there. It pulls a Honkai 3 where only specific constructs can use their weapon, so it's non-transferable to anyone else. The weapon gacha is far from the worst I've seen, and I'm able to get a lot of the ones that I wanted. Plus, there's no actual weapon limit breaks, so one copy is realistically all you need. It's a base 4% drop chance at an 80% rate up, 30 pulls pity. You lose the first 80%, next one is guaranteed to be the rate up. The weapon banner is also permanently available, so you can pull for anyone's weapon at any time. Technically, it's possible to bypass the weapon gacha if you absolutely don't want to deal with it by playing co-op and using the currency you get to craft 5-star weapons of your choosing. This was actually what I did when I started, and I'm usually fine with just rolling with a construct's 5-star weapon. The thing I found is that certain characters just feel better to play and can even have their rotations slightly switched when you have certain weapons and resonances, such as the case with Chu here. Is it a hard requirement? Technically not. If you want to use them in serious content though, that's still a lot of damage you're missing out by not making that vertical investment. If they made the rate up weapon 100% for whoever is the feature character in the current patch, that would be ideal, but I don't think that's happening. Another thing that's kept me going the past couple months was the story content. I heard that PGR really steps it up in the writing department later on, meaning it also falls into the unexplainable curse of gacha game stories being ass early on and only improving later. PGR takes one of the longest to reach that peak, as you have to clear each chapter before unlocking the next. I thought the plot was picking up after chapter 15-ish, but it was only when I got to chapter 17 that made me go, yep, that's the one. That's what I've been looking for. You don't often see these detailed plots of a gacha character going through their struggles.
Yeah, they numb your brain for so long that you think it's
this
good.
chapter has shown me the potential of the writing team.
making
They
Liv's
lower
character
your
arc here one of the most
expectations to
memorable
rock
I've seen.
bottom first.
Since the story tends to focus on a smaller cast,
They lower
everyone
all of
basically
it.
switch out to different
They lower and erase your expectations. So then suddenly anything seems like it's amazing.
versions of themselves as the story goes on. The majority of the storyline until the recent ones are not voice acted with static sprites. While I personally don't have a problem with this, given that we're in 2025 and player expectations have gone up the past couple years, this style of presentation might not be too good at luring in new players that are now expecting animated cutscenes in Live 2D in their story campaigns. So as I got deeper into late game content and events, I realized that the game has a lot of side activities you can do, but tends to put in a lot of quality of life features to not make them feel tedious. That being said, I do have some minor gripes about it. Classes are basically just labels in this game. It's split into roles such as attackers, amplifiers, tanks, and healers. You would expect that all the classes will excel at their respective roles, except in PGR, everyone is just expected to do damage in some way. While it can sometimes matter if there's a specific buff that only applies to a certain class, or how certain characters like how Ishmael works, the roles on what they're expected to do just
What about
doesn't feel too distinct.
Uniframes
I don't
dead?
quite understand why a tank would deal more damage than an attacker. I don't think any of the points I brought up has harmed or has taken away from my experience, but another aspect that PGR does well is generosity. Just this patch, players are given a free copy of this version of Lucia and her signature weapon. Number 21, who is an amplifier and synergizes with Lucia, and a free S rank called Lilith. These rewards are actually here permanently. Pretty insane. This patch also gave an S rank selector for anyone you want prior to the most recent character. Granted, you have to pull a lottery for it, but still, it's like creating your own custom banner so you can pull for whoever you like. How the content patches are laid out is that each new S frame is separated by a patch with either a free character or an A rank. And if you do your weekly missions as a free-to-play, you can actually save enough to guarantee one copy of each new S frame as they come out. A ranks are fine if you play casually, but still fall behind in S ranks. One major downgrade is something called time lag calculation, or TLC for short. This is basically a quality of life to freeze the level timer whenever a character is doing their ult animation, so it doesn't waste your time with something you can't control. The problem is that TLC is not present in A ranks or older characters, so even though my Yada is at SSS+, it still doesn't feel good to use compared to this goober. This alone gives S rank constructs a pretty big bonus, since you just get to save precious time in competitive modes. Even still, I do have to applaud Curl for actually releasing new A ranks and free characters. It's just not something you see since most games just keep pumping out new SSRs for you to pull for while the lower rarities are forgotten by the wayside. Given that the game is getting older, power creep also exists in this game. They can sometimes release leap skills that try to put the older characters on par with the newer ones.
The reality is though, trying to go after these takes way too long that it's never worth to actually bother with. It's never actually worth it from when I played this.
Though generally speaking, newer characters will perform better.
No, they're still worse. And it takes an eternity to get caught up. Like, the amount of shit you need to, like, put in to get caught up. So there's, like, no point.
Over time, as that has been a trend in the game's development. You want to sell the new shiny characters? Well, you gotta make them hit harder. To be fair, power creep exists in any gacha game as it stays live for longer periods, so I wouldn't say this is a problem exclusive to PGR. There's just so much to do in the game at its current state, so much so that there is now a dedicated tab to show you which modes contain what rewards. There's multiple roguelike campaigns that I have yet to explore, interlude chapters for characters, and a whole category of minigames to keep you busy. Something else I quite like is that after a patch ends, the story content that accompanied it will be made available permanently. The number one predatory practice I can't stand in gacha games is FOMO, so this is much appreciated. At this point in time, there should just be one more integrated patch before the global servers get the Devil May Cry collab, so the servers should be synced up to China's by this summer. Despite some imperfections, Punishing Grey Raven for me is the best action gacha game I've played. Its complex gameplay mechanics and how it all blends together, the generosity of the gacha and free rewards, the story having no business going this hard, and the overall quality and maintenance makes it one of the most feature-rich games you can play on the market right now. I don't think any game is perfect, but I typically don't stick to playing a single gacha game for more than 1 month at a time unless it's something that's really resonated with me. And this happens to be one of those cases. The monetization feels fair, and it's that rare occurrence that I feel every penny I spent was worth it. Give the game a shot if you want, because—
Oh, great. I hate this stupid fucking event, man. Alright, here, we'll watch this stupid thing.
Nintendo Switch 2 backward compatibility with Switch 1 titles. This is one of the biggest unknowns regarding the Switch 2, and we have all the answers in today's episode. Now, Nintendo did not give us a look at any of the previews of this feature outside of a webpage outlining the current compatibility list for their games. But many questions remain. How well does backward compatibility perform on the Switch 2? How good is the emulation? Do we see any boosts in frame rates, resolution, and loading speeds? And finally, is it even possible to get 100% compatibility with the minor exclusion here or there across the board? Well, we have all the answers.
I don't want this stupid bug fix.
Is one of the more interesting aspects of the hardware for me, as Nintendo had to opt for an entirely software-based solution. Now, whether you call this emulation, a translation layer, a compatibility layer, this is the first time Nintendo has resorted to not using previous hardware on their main board to facilitate back-compat titles, but I'm happy to report testing various first and third-party titles with the Day 1 patch, that is the 20.1.0 firmware release, shows very good compatibility with the testing I've been doing over the past few days. Now, of course, Nintendo themselves admit games are playable in a basic state, and it's going to take many months of testing, not only from Nintendo, but from us, the consumer, to identify just how good or bad the backward compatibility is. Now, to be clear, back-compat testing in this video is only going to be on games that currently do not have a Switch 2 Edition upgrade patch, and these backward compatible titles run in entirely what Nintendo calls NX compatible mode, the software layer that sits between the hardware and a Switch 1 title. As the process is very seamless, we just need to launch any Switch 1 title and it will launch as if it's just running on native hardware. And with the digital games tied to your Nintendo account or a physical Switch 1 game that can be read via the card slot on the Switch 2, it allows you to bring your games forward. But let's get down to some testing. First, let's discuss games that do see frame rate enhancements. That is, do Switch 1 titles running in NX compatible mode on the Switch 2 see any increase in frame rates? Unfortunately, it comes down to the bottleneck of the game that we saw on the original hardware. This is because all games on the Nintendo Switch 1 were not built equally. Generally speaking, games that are bottlenecked by the GPU will see improvements. However, in other cases, games that are CPU bound may not see the same improvements. It all depends on how the game was developed. For instance, Quake Remastered from 2021, this game runs at a locked 60 FPS on the Switch 1, except for the Dimension of the Machine expansion. If we go into the display options and enable anti-aliasing, ambient occlusion, depth of field, motion blur, fog, dynamic shadows, color light maps, basically turning everything on, we see in this hub area at the start of the mission pack, it struggles to run. As we strafe around the scene, the frame rate sits between 40 to 50 FPS with obvious slowdowns and performance issues. On the Switch 2, with the very same settings enabled, we see a locked 60 FPS at all times. The Switch 2 offers these wins for free with back-compat titles that are GPU bound with the relatively weak GPU found on the Switch 1. The Switch 2, on the other hand, sees a significant performance boost. Now this is a very promising start. But let's talk about some more games. Borderlands 3 on the Nintendo Switch. This is a late UE4 title and overall a solid conversion on the Switch that could almost be considered impossible port levels of quality. It stays locked at 30 FPS, but the developers were forward-thinking enough to include an uncapped frame rate option. And of course, this is the one that we are interested in. On the Switch in docked mode, uncapping the frame rate runs mostly between 30 to 45 FPS. All things considered, this is pretty decent on the Tegra X1 with responsive enough controls and image quality that looks like it's been applied with some type of FSR. Now again, this is another game that's hamstrung by the GPU and memory bandwidth limitations of the Switch 1. On the Switch 2 then, first impressions look very good. Borderlands 3 runs at 60 FPS and it stays there. You get this performance right out of the box on the Switch 2.
We're just
However, this
doing
is the first
this
time
shit.
that I noticed an issue with
I
back-compat
farmed the
during
stupid
my
event
tests,
thing trying to
and
get the
there's a few
accessory
things going on
shards.
here. The biggest issue is the screen tearing that's apparent. It's very noticeable and quite distracting. And second, there's an interesting strobing issue where the entire background geometry appears to strobe in and out. It's particularly distracting.
I don't know why I was
scenes
setting this shit though.
Now, of course, a Borderlands 3 Switch
But this is
2
what
patch
people
could address
sent me.
these issues right up. But as we mentioned, back-compat is software-based, and Nintendo can hopefully work with Gearbox to address these issues in an updated patch. The 60 FPS boost is welcome, transformative even,
God
but
damn,
the
it's
screen
another
tearing does
stupid
outline
data
Nintendo's
restored.
back compat testing may not yet be as comprehensive as we would have liked.
I mean, they're okay. I don't really think too much about them,
Memory bandwidth limitations is another trouble area that's caused many performance issues on Switch 1. The hardware runs at a 25.6 gigabit per second for docked mode, and a lower 21.3 gigabits per second in handheld mode.
I really hate this mode, man.
Switch 1 and overclocking tools, it is possible to push those memory clocks to extreme amounts. On the Switch 2, we're talking about 102 gigabits per second for docked and 68 gigabits per second in handheld mode. Now on paper, any game that is crippled by memory bandwidth issues on the Switch 1 should see improvements on Switch 2. But how do we fare in real world testing? Well, let's take Bayonetta 3, a very popular title with a 60 FPS target. On the Switch 1, it suffers from significant performance issues. During testing a few years ago, increasing GPU and memory clocks certainly does smooth out those frame rates, but the 60 FPS lock seemed out of reach, at least on my overclock Switch. The Switch 2 then, with its increase in GPU and memory clocks, shows a vast improvement in performance, which will make fans of the game very happy. Bayonetta 3 was a late game in the Switch 1 lifecycle which took nearly the entire generation to ship, and perhaps it was best held back for the Switch 2. But what we see here is a locked 60 FPS, and in my tests I haven't seen a single frame drop, but as this is a Switch 1 title, it only hits a max resolution of 810p, and in handheld mode the game looks much worse at 480p, but Nintendo has the right approach by prioritizing
480p! God damn! It still runs the game at 480p, that's sad.
When we're talking about backward compatibility.
480p.
However, this can come at the expense of games that look poor in handheld mode due to the larger screen of the hardware.
God damn, 480p.
Doom 2016, the impossible port from Panic Button, aimed for a 30 FPS target.
I know, but that's the reality, man.
During heavy battles, it does tend to dip into the low 20s. Over on the Switch 2 then, it hits and stays locked at 30 FPS at all times. Now the interesting thing to note here is that this game, like many Switch titles, has a dynamic resolution when the action gets busy. The resolution drops to prioritize frame rates, and Doom 2016 is an interesting use case, both in handheld and dock mode.
I mean, like, it makes sense. The Switch in the Switch 2 in handheld mode is only slightly faster than the Switch 1 in docked mode.
Instances, it targets 720p. The current
They're
implementation
not, yeah, they haven't been for a while.
Mode on the Switch 2 shows no increases in resolution, whether it's handheld or docked, and there is no implementation of DLSS or any other upscaling or internal upraising to 1080p or higher. In other words, you're getting the very same resolution that you were getting on the Nintendo Switch. While this means that most of the time dynamic resolution isn't applied thanks to the performance gains of the hardware, it also means that the games are still tied to the maximum original resolution of the original title, either in handheld or in dock mode. So if a Nintendo Switch title targeted 540p in handheld mode, then we'll start to notice that dreaded Vaseline effect on the Switch 2. And with the larger screen, it means that this Vaseline effect is much more obvious. Xenoblade Chronicles is another great example of this. The developers deployed a dynamic resolution to keep performance to as close as 30 FPS as possible. In handheld mode, the resolution drops to as low as 368p, with a max running at 540p. To make the game look cleaner, a temporal AA and sharpening filter
and the PS5 is already a shit value
is applied. On the Switch 2,
why even
this
get
makes
PS5?
the game look much worse, resulting in a very cluttered image
also
quality.
A shit value.
Of course, this is a first-party title, and I would expect the entire Xenoblade series to make its way onto the Switch 2 with patches.
I don't like
as it
in
stands,
previous
it's far
console
from optimal.
generations,
Marvel
they
Ultimate
only
Alliance
increased the
is
price of the
another title that targets
PS5
30
in
FPS,
Xbox Series
when
as
the
time
action
went
heats up,
on,
it can
instead
drop
of
into the low
decreasing the
20s
price.
on the Nintendo Switch 1. However, on the Switch 2, the back compat layer runs nicely, smoothing out performance and locking at 30 FPS. It's not all
God
perfect,
damn, it's
however.
still not
Games
giving me
like
the hidden pass key.
aliasing really does hurt the visual quality of the game, but compared to the Switch 1, both of these titles are the preferred way to play. Next up is Batman Arkham Knight. This is the Unreal Engine 3 title that I absolutely wanted to try out on the Switch 2. On the
Sure.
Switch 1, if you recall,
I don't
it
know
was a
what that
mess.
is, but okay,
Obviously,
fun
the game
dog.
is overly ambitious for the Switch 1, and it's just too demanding. While the developers tried every trick in the book to make the game run at playable speeds, it just doesn't work. There's advanced
I mean,
lighting,
technically the
particles,
Steam
and rain
Deck might
effects,
as well be
and of
treated
course
as a
there's physics,
console.
which is a very important part of the entire game. The driving
Honestly,
sequences
I would tell them
especially are
maybe
almost
consider using
unplayable.
cloud
Many
gaming.
buildings and objects are destructible, which really brings
Fuck
out
it.
the feeling of the game. But unfortunately, the complex physics in the game is one of the main factors of the performance issues, and when you are in the driving sequences, it's almost unplayable. And it's during these driving sequences where the game's streaming system simply cannot keep up with the gameplay, and the poor old Switch can't keep up with the demands of everything being thrown at it. On the Switch 2, during these same driving sequences, the game doesn't miss a beat, running at 30 FPS with 0 frame pacing issues. This is a nice little redemption arc for the game that never really seemed to fit on the Switch. Of course, the resolution and textures aren't optimal, and a patch to improve visual fidelity for Switch 2 would be most welcome. But it's $10 on the eShop, and all of a sudden, this game's gone from an unplayable mess to not a bad purchase at all.
Not a bad one, but didn't say it was a good one either. Just not a bad one. Okay.
Now let's move on to a game that is notoriously CPU bound, Dragon Quest Builders 2. This is one of the worst performing Switch 1 titles that I've ever seen. Developed using the Fire engine, it's notoriously CPU bound. And the thing is, it starts out mostly fine. The game looks very clean on the Switch and runs at a decent level of performance as you start out. However, as you play through the quest mode, the frame rate starts to drop, ever so slowly.
What do you mean 10 FPS? No, that's 10 seconds per frame. Not 10 frames per second now.
Very complex ones
SPF, man.
This one here, for example.
It's seconds per frame.
Is in the low teens and even can drop below 10 frames per second.
That ain't frames per second, that's seconds per frame.
On the Nintendo Switch. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to
that's
capture
seconds
this
per
when it was running at
frame.
7 FPS. Either way, this is a completely
that's
unplayable
seconds
experience
per
on the
frame.
Switch, in my opinion. And this is where we run into the biggest issue with backward compatibility, CPU-bound games. On the Switch 2, Dragon Quest Builders 2 fares somewhat better by boosting FPS by around 10 to 15. But it's apparent that CPU-bound back-compat titles on Switch 2 aren't optimal. While we will see some performance boost mainly due to L1 and L2 cache increases and memory bandwidth increases, there's only so much that can be done here. The CPU clocks on both Switch 1 and Switch 2 are roughly around the same. I think it's fair to say that any game that does its majority of processing on the CPU side is going to struggle on the Switch 2 without a Switch 2 Edition patch, which would ultimately require refactoring CPU-bound code to GPU compute units to optimize the game better for the target hardware.
Yep.
But more often than not, many games will see improvement. Resident Evil Revelations 2 is another Switch 1 title with an uncapped frame rate, which runs at around 40 to 45 FPS. Now, I remember back in the day, I was hopeful for a performance patch.
Finally, another hidden pass key. After like 2 hours.
Because going back to this
God damn, I hate
section,
this stupid
and once
event,
again,
man.
running through the game, it hits 60 FPS.
They never
with
should have
only a minor
rerun
drop in
this stupid
frames
thing.
here or there. The only real concern
This event is
again,
so
the
awful,
visual
man.
fidelity, which could use a Switch 2 boost. Hopefully, Capcom will revisit the entire
I think I still need like 2 more of them,
Switch 2
though.
enhancements and updates. This would be most welcome and would make many fans of Resident Evil quite happy. Another more recent title that had suffered from performance issues on Switch is Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. Targeting 60 FPS but never quite getting there, on Switch 2, again exhibiting a very nice performance boost at 60 FPS locked. This is especially welcome with the precise timing necessary to block and perform combos. Now the last thing that I do want to mention here is that there are many games that are currently being tested, and it's going to take quite a long time to get through all of them.
Yeah, might as well be PS2 graphics. Actually, this looks worse than PS2 graphics.
To perform the tests ourselves to identify which
it looks
kind of
worse
and which are still suboptimal. And the last thing that I do want to cover are loading speeds. Now, in real-world tests, these are much.
It's also like when the game doesn't even run properly and you have a shit experience.
This is something I'll definitely cover much more.
The experience of playing them on the
differences in speed.
The other thing too, the Switch is not comfortable to hold. You need to get like a fucking grip case to make it like actually comfortable to hold portably. Right? Like it is not. Even then, the placement of the sticks being directly vertical from the buttons is annoying too. It makes it really annoying to hit.
Backward compatibility testing done. Let me know the games that you'd like to see.
Like, I don't have big hands, and I find it still extremely uncomfortable because there's nothing to grip onto.
With Switch 1 titles. I think overall,
and because there's nothing to grip onto, it's actually not that comfortable to hold on for long sessions either, because of where the weight gets distributed.
This is a pretty good solution, especially when we're talking about day one on the Nintendo Switch. And the backward compatibility support.
But then it's like, it's even worse when you realize, like, the freaking games don't even run nicely.
Can really only get
They
better.
run like shit.
I am very happy to see that Nintendo has opted for a software-based solution, because this means finally the stake in the ground has been set. With future Nintendo hardware, assuming it continues to be ARM-based, backward compatibility is only going to get better, so this is a really great thing. But that is going to do it for today's episode. Let me know what you thought about it in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like, and we will catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
Yeah. Like, it's just not great. And then the thing is, too, now they make the freaking Switch 2 more expensive than some PC handhelds, man. It's more expensive than the fucking Steam Deck while being less powerful. Great job. Well, less powerful in handheld mode. So it's like, if I wanted to use something portably, it's like, fuck, for games that I can play on both, if they're going to look better and run better on the Steam Deck, and also at the same time, a lot of those games don't support things like DLSS, FSR, or whatever, on the what's it called, on the Switch, or Switch 2, whatever. You get these bricked ports. Same time though, on the Steam Deck, a lot of games you can forcefully inject. You can forcefully inject upscaling if you're going to be playing from a low resolution. You can even forcefully inject a newer version of an upscaling upscaling model, even if your hardware can't support it normally. There are ways to do it, right? So you can like use whatever you think looks better, or whatever looks better. Okay, I'm finally done with that event mode. I got the accessory. Only took an eternity, but I finally got it. I'm not touching that mode again. It took me a couple hours, but I finally got the thing. Right, if I go to bag. I finally got it. There we go. Looks like that. It's finally mine. I don't have to touch that thing anymore, at least. There's still the other stuff, but like at least I don't need to touch that stupid thing anymore. Because yeah. Is there anything else I needed here? Or am I just waiting for reset now? That thing is tomorrow as well, Cabbage Blaster, so there's no point in thinking about that now. I guess not. Right. Yeah, like, you still have to grind some of the shards. It's still painful, man. At least I'm done with it. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay, let's see this one. Let's see what's next. Oh, wait. I'm just gonna put my accounts in the AFK spot. But yeah, you wanna see something hilarious? Do we still have that thumbnail up? It's still here. I want you guys to look at this thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail. Tell me what you think about that thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail and tell me what you think about that thumbnail. A flick of the wand, dreams soar beyond. I wonder what kind of wand that is. A flick of the wand, dreams soar beyond. Whose wand is it? Whose wand is she flicking? And where is she flicking the wand? Whose wand? Is it a Japanese wand? Is it from a Japanese manufacturer? Is it the Hitachi magic wand? Is it this thing? It's super effective, I know. Is it the Hitachi wand? Alright? The magic wand, formerly known as the Hitachi magic wand, the true magic wand, the magic wand original, the Reinx magic wand, the original magic wand. It's an AC powered wand vibrator. It was originally manufactured for relieving tension and relaxing sore muscles. However, it is most known for its use as a toy. Japanese company Hitachi listed the device for business in the United States in 1968. Educator Betty Dodson popularized its use as a vibrator and masturbation aid for women during the positive movement in the late 1960s. It functioned effectively as a vibrator for reaching orgasm. The wand is 12 inches long, weighs 1 to 2 pounds, with stimulation provided by the rubberized 2.5-inch head. That'd be funny. Yep. But yeah, maybe this is the wand that they're flicking around. That's why it's like, where is she flicking that wand around? Whose magic wand is it and where is she flicking it around? And its slogan, powerful, penetrating vibrations. But yeah. Right, it's like, whose wand? Right, because it looks like a fuck of a wand. Dreams soar beyond. But it's really just a bad font for a flick of the wand. It is quite the, it is quite the font here. Quite the font choice. Right? Quite the font choice. And that's where I came up with the title for the stream. Right? Nikki has a Hitachi magic wand. Right? She has the Hitachi magic wand here. Right? She's flicking the wand somewhere. And it's helping her dreams soar beyond. If you get what I mean here. I mean, yeah, typically they would use it while they're in, one of the places they would use this thing is while in bed. I guess. Best place because you can lie down while using it, you know? It's perfect. Perfect place to use that magic wand. Right? Perfect place. They made the magic wand for destroying your data and helpfully installed them by default in HDDs. Of course there is. What's next? It's an isekai or something? I'm just gonna guess that's some sort of isekai manga that's doing that. Because I can't see any other reason why they would be using a vibrator. There's 2 of them! God damn! There's 2 of them! That is quite something. I guess I'm gonna assume the main character using them has some crazy PvP interactions with them. I'm gonna guess. Alright, Xbox. ROG, Xbox Ally. RIP Switch 2. Another one is here. Your games, yep. Seamless play. Download them natively, stream from the cloud, yep. The MC needs to prevent relieving himself or he will weaken and lose his power. Oh, ramp. Yeah, Ryzen chip in there, yup. Holiday 2025. We know the specs of this already because I basically already said it. Oh, here, there's another video on this.
For the first time, a player is going to be able to hold the power of the Xbox experience in their hand and take it with them anywhere they want to go.
Okay.
This is a breakthrough moment for Xbox.
It's a ruthlessly player-first, game-first Xbox experience.
The familiarity makes a huge difference. It just feels like you are home.
It's all about putting gaming front and center. We want to make this feel like it's a device that's built for players. That's our whole goal.
Welcome to Xbox Ally.
So in partnership with Asus, we're going to be releasing 2 devices, the Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X. And the first thing you're going to notice about these devices is this new design. For me, it feels like I'm holding an Xbox.
Okay.
It goes back to the Xbox.
Is the design very human
People
though?
have muscle memory, the shape, the way it fits in your hands, the asymmetrical thumbsticks, the ABXY. And imagine just pulling that apart and dropping in a full color, rich display to put the game right into your hands.
That's where this project started, bringing the Xbox experience into a handheld category.
The color of the buttons, that familiar ergonomic gamepad feel.
I don't know,
the
man.
ability to have impulse.
Why would you even want a
We have
PlayStation
that
1?
precision Xbox controller experience, the rumble feedback and the haptics that just feels so natural.
You pick it up, it looks like an Xbox, it feels like an Xbox, it plays like an Xbox.
I love the screen. The screen is absolutely gorgeous.
We thought about the brightness that you needed on the panel.
Okay.
1080p, 120 hertz refresh rate, and VRR.
It was so important to us that the experience from both the hardware and software side feel like an Xbox device from the moment you turn it on.
That's what people love about consoles. Press the power button and play. No configuration necessary. I just want to play games.
So let's take them to games. Let's take them straight to Xbox. Let's take them straight into what they want to do. You know that amazing moment?
It's not a box, it's an X-plank.
Nexus comes up on the screen and you know you're about
True,
to have a fun
true.
Let's bring that to handheld.
Everything's coming together across the silicon, across the hardware, across the operating system to really deliver that Xbox first experience that players have been asking for. The full gameplay experience that you expect on a PC or a console is now available in your hands. The Xbox Ally is designed to be your great portable gaming companion, allowing you to bring your entire library of games with you on the go.
It's just a super flexible device. It's going to give me a great balance in terms of the battery life and the performance. It also has fantastic cloud playing experiences built into it.
It gives you
the
all
X-Plank, a pirate's favorite console.
Gaming, wonderful length of battery life, given the new efficient processor it has, and large battery size.
If you've played a console, this is what you'd expect it to be. Use your Game Pass to get games, remote play to your console. It's a very familiar experience.
The Xbox Ally is great. The Xbox Ally X is the best handheld I've ever tried.
Xbox Ally X is really designed for the most demanding players who want a premium experience, including the highest resolutions, the highest fidelity, and the highest frame rates.
The Xbox Ally X is really for someone that is seeking that next level of
gaming.
This is your absolute behemoth. All the bells and whistles. You've maxed out your storage, the performance of the product and the chip.
The Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme is the absolute best in terms of
DI naming,
that you can have today.
The industry-leading AI engine in your handheld device. Inconceivable even 3 years ago.
We have integrated in the power of AI experiences.
The power
in
of
ways
AI,
that
guys.
Haven't even been imagined.
That means for the players, it's easier to enjoy, easier to start, and having help, AI is a companion for players.
Think of all the use cases that would blend AI-based audio, AI-based gaming assisting functions, AI-based rendering capabilities.
We wanted to build a handheld that can play the latest
Like, it does look pretty promising, though.
AAA games. I'm super excited. We've done something really, really good together.
A perfect blend of performance, power efficiency, functionality, and amazingly,
for sure, AI
this is
power
just
can
the
never be
beginning.
imagined. Part 2 of the journey. Oh boy, the journey.
What do we call this? I call it the pizza box.
It was called the cardboard unit, is what they sent us. This was from Asus. This is the very beginning stages of what would become Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X.
When we started prototyping, there were a lot of naysayers internally saying that, hey, look, Asus, you don't have game content. We went to Microsoft and say, hey, Microsoft, is there an opportunity for us to build a handheld category with Windows?
So we did actually get a functional build of Windows running on this, and you could play a game.
Oh yeah, we powered it on. I think I played Quake on it.
The handheld gaming community is absolutely one of the most enthusiastic community we've seen.
Yeah, it does look like a
provided so
bomb.
much feedback with our first rendition.
You probably
of
can,
Ally.
right? Because I heard that I heard something about you could install your Steam shit, Epic Games Launcher stuff as well. Probably GOG. So on top of the Xbox launcher. So there's that. Could be interesting if the price is right.
We realized there are so many things that our community can tell us that we can do a better job.
It came down to the fact that these devices were not really truly gaming-oriented devices, the way we think about consoles and Xbox.
Hey, let's have Microsoft come in and revamp the software on this, turn it into an Xbox without getting rid of everything that makes Windows great.
No, it's not a cloud gaming emulator. It's a full-on handheld PC. No. Z2 Extreme, I don't think it's gonna be that. I think it's probably gonna be like $700. I assume it's gonna be around $700. It's using the Z2 Extreme on the higher end model. Yeah. Keep in mind, the Z2 Extreme is the higher end non-Ryzen AI Max chip, with 4 CPU cores disabled. We know the specs of that chip. AMD announced that stuff 6 months ago. They talked about that shit 6 months ago. We know exactly what it is. And there are other things with the full unlocked chip available. But yeah. So it's not like it's something we don't know about. We kind of know what to expect from it. But yeah. The version of Windows it's running, that's where it's interesting, because apparently they removed a lot of the crap.
Right? Let's turn this into a console worthy of the name console, worthy of the
We'll
name
see.
Xbox.
That was the moment where we said, wow.
That's when all the light bulbs started to go.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So we decided to start a partnership with them and do something wholly unique for us as Xbox.
I mean, like, there is the thing that's a bit disappointing in this is it doesn't have the trackpads. Like, for me personally, what I would like to use is either like the Steam Deck or the Zotac one, because the Zotac one has the trackpads. So if they re-release that version of Windows for handhelds, and you can install it on another device, that might be interesting, because like for me personally, when I'm looking at the things, it's like either Steam Deck, or if I'm gonna spend a lot more, like willing to spend twice the price, probably get the Zotac Zone. The Zotac one. Because the Zotac one also gets the trackpads. That's me personally, is where I would look. If I was like if I was shopping for these. Because once you get used to it and start making use of the trackpads, you're not gonna go back. They're like really that good. But yeah. Yeah, I have no idea, man. For me, I've gone through a couple of Xbox controllers, not because the trackpad broke, but because the analog sticks wore off. Or they were drifting. My most recent one was drifting. And then I was like, fuck this shit, I'm just gonna go buy some other controller that, has Hall effect sticks. So I bought some random ass GameSir controller. Oh, I don't use the bumper buttons. I use the... Oh, you mean the paddles? Oh, I use the paddles on controllers. I don't use the bumpers. I hate the bumpers. They're not comfortable for my hands. Right? Like, keep in mind. Like, my hands aren't exactly big, man. Like, my hands aren't big. So like the left LB and RB, I barely use those buttons on my controller. I actually remapped them to like paddles. Oh, the small rubber thumb grips. No, I'm talking about like, oh, I've broken those, but I've also broken like the actual like the sticks would drift. Right? So like, yeah. But yeah, like they're not comfortable to like when playing to use the left and right bumper. So I will use like paddles instead. In games where I would like remap shit when I would play stuff on controller. It's also why I don't play that many games on controller. But also, if I have to move a camera a lot, I would opt to just use keyboard and mouse.
Have different.
And like the thing is too, right? Despite the size again, because of like there's like not really much to hold on to, the freaking Switch is not comfortable either. The Steam Deck, despite its size, is fine because I can adjust how I hold it. I never use the left and right bumper, and I instead use the paddles. So like that gets around it. The Switch is not too small for my hands. It's just, it's extremely uncomfortable to hold. It's not too small. It's extremely uncomfortable to hold, and like one of the ways I could kind of get around it is like using a grip case. But I found it at times on my thumb would get too close to the analog stick on the right side whenever I would try to push. I think it was the A button. Not the A button, the B button. I got the things mixed up. It would sometimes get too close to it. And it was just uncomfortable because, the way I would, like, hold it. But yeah. Because, like, there's, like, nothing really to hold on to, and it's just uncomfortable. the ergonomics on the Switch and the Switch 2 is awful. The Switch 2 is just a bigger version of the Switch. Like, in terms of, like, physical size. The issue isn't how big it is physically, but rather just holding it. Exactly, it's like, what ergonomics? This shit's why, like, nobody, like, I don't, like, wanna, like, ever, like, use it portably, whatever. It's part of why, for the past couple of years, I've barely used my Switch. And, like, when I did use them, I didn't even use them in handheld. That said, I did have a Steam Deck for the past, 3 years? I've had a Steam Deck for the past 3 years now, so it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna use the Steam Deck instead. But yeah, like, it's just not doing it any favors.
Different yet very complementary capabilities. You have Asus making industry-leading hardware, and you take Xbox and you bring all of the experience we have.
Like, I think, like, ergonomically this might be okay, but I don't like the back buttons. The problem with the thing here as well, the back buttons don't look that great. If they were, like, a bit bigger, the paddles on the back, and, like, they positioned them a bit differently. Because, like, I actually use the paddles, I do not use these things. Actually, if I was designing this thing too, I would actually, like, move them down to where I'm holding it. Even move the triggers down. They'd be a lot more comfortable to hold. Like, what's funny, actually? The Wii U gamepad. I actually like the ergonomics on this thing, despite it being massive. Cause, of where they actually put the stuff in. Like, here's the thing, right? You see how big it is? Do I have a picture of the back of it? To show you the behind of the Wii U gamepad? Cause, like, look where they put the buttons on the back. Right? It's here. You have grips here. Your triggers are there. So it's a lot more comfortable to hold this. Right here. Right, like, just moving it a bit further down would make it a lot easier to hold it, a lot more comfortable, I would say. Like, moving them down instead of having them all the way up at the top. Shit's why, again, like, I use the paddles all the time on my Steam Deck. I use the paddles. And on controllers. If you can play all the games you download, you probably will pre-order. Oh, for the Xbox handheld, the Xbox Ally? I mean, you probably can. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But honestly, just wait for a review. They're gonna be expensive, man. Wait for reviews first, see what people have to actually say about the thing once it's not behind closed doors, and then decide, right? The Pepega pre-order culture is why everything's been slowly becoming more and more fucked up these days. But yeah. I have a Wii U. I think this is actually, like, a nice thing to hold here. For the most part, I probably would have moved the bumpers a bit further down too. But yeah. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? If it has, like, the cross thing on the Xbox, I'm pretty sure you can play your Xbox games on it, right? Some of the games that you buy on Xbox, you can also play on Windows with your Microsoft account. Same thing with Game Pass stuff, right? You can bring it across. And then you have your Steam games, and then your Epic games, and then, your GOG games all on top. So, like, yeah. You can combine all of them into one place. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? You gotta get the Z2 Extreme anyways. The thing is, the Z2A is basically the Steam Deck chip. And at that point, just buy a Steam Deck. If you're just going to get the Z2A. You should be going after the Z2 Extreme. The Z2A is, like, a lot weaker than the Extreme model. You'd be going after the Extreme model. The Extreme model has a bigger battery. It has a bigger SSD built in as well. They use an M.2 SSD, so you can technically buy an 8 terabyte Saber Rocket SSD and put it inside there. In theory, you could buy an 8 terabyte SSD and shove it in there if you really wanted to. Not that I would recommend that, because that would be like $1,000 or plus or something to get that 8TB SSD to put in there, but you could do it. You could. Right? Because it's just using a standard M.2 slot.
Have in console and in gaming and bring that together into this portable device.
How do we start with this and add this to make it feel like a combination of Asus and Xbox working together?
I mean, this is exaggeration, but at the end of the day, you're doing some form of the flat fingers.
Yeah.
You get a device like this, and that makes it just so much more comfortable to hold on to the entire time.
That opens up more access to your index fingers with your shoulder bumper, as well as those triggers at the back. It just feels more intuitive.
No one has ever seen this before, and this was a request from you
Yes.
as a kickoff for like a proof of concept of like, what if we put an Xbox button on an Asus Ally?
You could imagine a world where that button on this device was the Xbox button that you see on an Xbox controller.
When we were talking to the designers at Asus, they were basically saying, well, our products, they're not round, they're
Yep.
angular chisels and,
We'll see.
and angles. And so this is the new Xbox button shape.
To place the Xbox Nexus on the rhombus is such a beautiful representation of the marriage of the precision, the robustness of Asus's design, and the power of Xbox.
Something that I think is really cool is we have a micro texture, which is that little Easter egg that starts to hint to the partnership between Asus and Xbox.
It is the best of Xbox. It is the best of Windows. Working with Asus and creating something specifically
Asus
designed.
or is it Asus? Is it Asus or Asus? It's Asus, right? Asus. It's Asus. Asussy. Yeah, it's a sussy. Asus.
To help gamers have the experience that they have so long dreamt of.
Until now, the experience that you could have on the go was just not even remotely close to the experience that you could have playing games at home.
You look at this device in your hand and you're just blown away. How did we put this incredibly high-end console into a handheld?
I think once people hold it in their hands for the first time, they're gonna be sold. Instant on, get right into your game. It feels like everything you wanted a handheld to be, but it wasn't quite getting there. This is it.
When you boot up your Xbox Ally, it's gonna boot into the Xbox experience.
We're turning off the desktop and other processes to optimize
So they're removing the desktop from Windows. Interesting.
for gaming. That lets you have all of this memory back that can go just towards your games.
I don't have to think about Windows. All I have to think about is my game and being focused on my game and how I'm going to get my highest score, how I'm going to be able to complete that level.
When the ally is sus.
Those are right there for me.
Fair enough.
You're just one button press away from getting your game bar that allows you to access.
I guess one of the great places you can use it on is you can use it on the bed. Maybe you're with family on a road trip or whatever, and you're just not doing much. You can just sit in the passenger seat and play on the thing. I don't know. Right, you can do stuff like that, or you're traveling in the hotel room. Why not, right? Or maybe you're on a plane, play it on the plane, on the flight, on the toilet. Actually, wait. Speaking of toilet, actually, if on the box of the Steam Deck, they actually list a bunch of places they expect people to use the Steam Deck in. And guess what? They mention on the toilet in the box. They're use it outside, use it in the park, on the bench, on a plane, on the bus, in a train. And then there's on the toilet. They actually, Valve, put it on there. Use it on the toilet, why not? But yeah. Maybe one of these days, actually, you know what? Here, let me show you. I think I can pull it up, actually. Like, it actually says stuff right here. In the test chamber, in a submarine, in a Ferris wheel. They would say things on there. On the subway. One of them would say on the toilet. I think it was either in the box or somewhere else. Now you use it in a test chamber, okay? You use it in a test chamber. Right here, right here. Right here. On the toilet. Right here. It says it right here. But yeah, like, if you've ever seen the unboxing the Steam Deck, it's quite something. You get this nondescript box. On the inside, it will say all these things. Right? And then you get a carrying case. Be careful when doing it on the moon, though. Because Eggman's gonna piss on it. Eggman's gonna piss on the moon. You get, like, a really nice carrying case. It's actually, like, a really high-quality case. You gotta love the packaging right here. The companion cube. The Easter eggs. On the moon. On the toilet. God. Yeah. Here, wait. Here, let me show you, wait. We'll find some random person's unboxing of the Steam Deck.
Hi guys, it's the
So, like, the box looks like this.
With a brand new video, and today we've
You obviously can't tell what's inside from the thing. They don't label it there.
got the Big Daddy unboxing.
So you open it and you have this on the inside. You get this thing here. Again, the box says that thing, and then they give you a power brick over there in a box.
I hope
That's
you
what's
can see this,
inside.
guys, but we've got the Steam Deck OLED model finally in the house. So let's sit back, relax, and let's just do this quick unboxing video. So let's see what's in the box first. So we see that there is a small little section which seems
That's
to
just
be
for your
the
power brick.
charger.
That's the charger.
Let's just get rid of the packaging. Right
But look
there.
where look how the
So,
Steam Deck
as you
comes
can
in.
see, there is the power adapter for the Steam Deck OLED model. It is all packaged up. It's all sellotape. We'll worry
like
about
a
that
60-watt
in a second,
charger or
but
something.
Let's get this Big Daddy out of its packaging. So,
I'm pretty sure it was like a 60 or 65 watt
Steam Deck.
charger. And then you get
shove
this.
to the side. Oh, look at that, guys. The packaging is
Mine's
beautiful.
obviously not the OLED model, but it's the same thing either way.
It's very, very beautiful. And let's just open it up from here.
So, like, you know how normally a lot of products they have, like, just more packaging?
And then
Look what happens here instead.
gently pull it out. Put packaging on side.
Right, there's just a bit of paper there telling you the
It
model.
says it right here, Steam Deck. OLED your games in a whole new light. Now, is there an easier way for me to remove this? No, it seems like I'm going to have to peel this packaging off.
Right, so you pull the...
And we've already got to a great start.
You rip the thing there.
Great, my unboxing skills are terrible, as you guys can see.
And then you get
There we
this.
go.
You get
Get out of
this.
the way. And we are
There's a
going
zipper
to be
there.
unraveling the beast. So you guys ready?
It just comes like this.
Please tell me you guys are ready. Oh, sorry. This is the right way around.
Right, you have to cut the tab off.
1, 2, 3.
No, you have to cut the
go,
tab
guys.
off. You
Oh.
can also put like a padlock or a lock there. On there too.
Of course it's not going to work. I've got this silly little thing.
Yeah,
in
you gotta
the
cut
way.
it off.
Let me just get this removed, guys, and then we will unbox the Steam Deck. So, now that I've
But
got
like, you could actually lock it up
the
too.
rubbish taken out of the way.
But you get this really nice high quality case.
Great unboxing of the Steam Deck OLED model.
And then it's just inside. That's it. That's the packaging for a Steam Deck when you buy one. Instead of wasting it on all the other stuff there, instead of wasting all the packaging, wasting it on like a bunch of paper and other packaging, they give you a really nice carrying case. Why can't other, like, electronics manufacturers for portable devices do this? They give you a really, really nice carrying case. And that's the packaging. It's not just Nintendo, like, literally everyone else, man. They give you a really, really nice, high-quality carrying case that will actually protect everything. Look at this. They even got, like, little cutouts and indentations for the analog sticks up there. Like, look at this, right?
That actually looks
Oh no, it's like...
great.
And, like, that's the thing too, right? You don't need to worry about anything in there,
Tell
right?
there's
It's
a
just
glare on the
really
camera.
nice.
Let me just turn that glare off in a second. But guys, the Steam OLED deck is looking fantastic. Oh, it feels so great, guys.
But yeah, like, the thing is, right? It's like, if you need the buttons there or whatever, you can physically just move your hand to where you need to hold it.
It feels fantastic.
That's what's
Just
nice
have a look.
about this size. Damn, this guy's hands are massive.
The back of
This guy has massive hands. God damn.
deck.
But yeah, I use a lot of these, the paddles here. I actually wore out one of the buttons here already on mine. I need to, like, open it up and fix it. But I actually wore out one of these buttons. Like, it's, like, really worn out because of how often I use it. I think it was this button on this side over here that I wore out. But yeah, I use the paddles a lot.
It says valve.
Because it's easier for me to press than the bumpers up top.
R5, L4, and L5. So I presume these are the additional trigger buttons. And then you've got...
Yeah, like, I don't touch the two up top. I don't touch these two. They're not comfortable for me to press. But I use the grips instead. That's kind of like one of the things I need in a controller, these grips. Because the up top, they're not comfortable to press. So I would use paddles instead.
Your L1, R1s, and L2 and R2s. But, oh, guys, it looks great. There's the power button. It's a USB-C device. You volume up and down your headphone jack.
Yeah.
Speakers, I'm presuming, or your fan space.
And then micro SD card slots
And
at the
then you've
bottom.
got
It's like
your touchpads,
there.
your Joy-Cons.
What
your
Joy-Cons?
buttons.
They're just analog
Let's see
sticks.
if it has any juice on it. Does it turn on?
You have to press and hold
I
it.
don't think it has any battery. Yeah, no battery. Let me put this on charge, guys, and I'll be back. So, just FYI.
Oh, he
I've
didn't
got
play
Steam
the
Deck
sound there. It has a really satisfying, like, power on sound.
now booting. I'm not sure why the camera is showing it.
But yeah. And then you go through the setup, whatever. It's just whatever. And then you get to this UI here. But yeah. Oh, there you go. So we can mark that off. Oh, it's this Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Yep. Yeah, something's off about that one. Extreme Gear is back, yep. They got Hatsune Miku. Because of course. Yep, of course. They got some Yakuza characters. And Joker, yep. And then you got Minecraft, sure. Minecraft Steve. Your hype is gone. Because Minecraft. Rip. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. Speaking of racing in Sonic game. Speaking of actually. Let me get the thing open. Do I have it on this source, or do I have to go on the other source? I want to show you something. I think I have it on this source. Or is it on this one? I don't remember which source I had it on. Oh, it was this one. Okay. I'm gonna show you something. Hopefully there's like people online right now. Because I've been messing around with this mod, this really cool mod. I'm mostly in Frontiers, not in Shadow Gens, but it's also in Shadow Gens. But like my Sonic Frontiers is a bit borked right now because I was messing with mods. With a bunch of other mods. Let's see, can we find another player? God, I hate the Nouveau. I'm pretty sure I have the mod installed. I think I have it installed, the multiplayer mod. I haven't tried messing around with it yet here. I guess it'd be better if I just booted up Frontiers. There's probably no one online right now. Okay, let me boot up Frontiers instead. Oh, wait, wrong one. Accidentally opened the Unleashed Recompiled. I'll just open the mod manager. Do I have the thing open? Yeah, I do. Okay. Just gotta wait for it to open it. What is an OLED? It's just a type of screen. It's just an it uses like an organic material. It's a special type of screen. Okay, there it is. Well, it's a nicer screen. Right? It's a nicer type of screen. I forgot. What resolution was I on? Why did I have... There we go. I was messing with a bunch of other stuff. I got to, like, fix this shit when after was, like, playing on my Steam Deck. So if I go continue... Let's see, can we find someone? Yeah, like... Yeah, it's because of those benefits. Better response time and stuff like that. Colors are a lot more accurate. For the most part. Let's see, can we find someone? Is there anyone on in Hedgehog Engine 2 multiplayer? There's even PvP in this. Let's see if we can find someone. I know, it's like 5 AM. Surely we can find someone. I don't think there's anyone playing right now. but like someone cooked a multiplayer mod for Shadow Gens and Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone on right now. I mean, let me check their Discord. There's like they have like a Discord group for the multiplayer mod. Let's see. I was just able to join it the other day. I wonder if there's like anyone online. They're playing Smash Brothers here. In some other thing there. Multiplayer hub. Because like it is a multiplayer mod. I guess people aren't playing right now. Because like this is just some mod made by some one guy on his own. They got other shit going on in there. But yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't exactly help how I'm streaming at this time. But like, yeah. The fuck? They have a channel called Chicken Jockey, okay. And it is multiplayer for Shadow Gens. And like what'll happen is like you'll see people's nameplates and you'll see other players in there. Like, yeah, you'll see shit like this. And you can go race each other and shit on the stages. Which is kinda neat. Look at this, they got 5 players here. Imagine they can cook better multiplayer than these fucking gacha games. They somehow got 5 people working. This is one guy. One guy made this mod. And he's hosting the server to like for this multiplayer mod. I'm pretty sure you can still get it if you have the games. You just need to join his server first to get it. It's like this guy. Oh yeah, you can still join his Discord to get to join the playtest. Oh, that's not a gacha game, but I did try it. During the beta. I tried it during the beta in February. And then I realized pretty quickly that I just didn't want to bother with it. And I gave up with it, on it. The way a lot of the stuff is structured in there, just I can't. The clothes are gacha, yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, like there's even PvP now. The PvP is a recent feature. But like it's just one guy on his own making the mod for fun. And then you can have shit like this. Right? You can have all this thing, other players be the other characters as well that are playable. Some of the mods I have do have some conflicts though. Yeah, because there's no Sonic X model for Knuckles, so he's a bit bored. Same with Tails, but there's an Amy model. Oh, interesting. I don't have all those skills acquired. Okay. I would have to unlock all those things. But if I load this save file... which is in the other area... they're like, yeah, Tails, you know, Tails can fly. But, you know, how about giving him a fucking plane? Because why not? Because why not? Yeah, he has a mech plane. It's the SA2 mech plane. Amy gets this thing as her like special move here to boost around. The boost trail effect though was pretty sick. The power boost effect. Right, don't you agree? The blue effect coming out. But like, who needs fast travel when all travel is fast travel? Wait, where was the shortcut here? Oh, here it is. It is. And then you have the freaking boss fights that are like this, though. Here's the thing, though. The boss fights are like this. Just comboing it there. But this is just like the first phase. And he didn't just shoot me with his gun. There we go. Now he's shooting me. And then there's like the next phase where it gets plugged into the moon. And then you steal his gun. Just because. Just because, yeah, steal the gun. And give it to Eggman so he can piss on the moon with it. It's our gun now. It's our gun now. This is an old game, so like, who cares about spoilers at this point? It's like a 4-year-old game. 3 or 4-year-old game. Right? Oh crap, it crashed. God damn it, the game crashed. I'm gonna guess it was probably one of the mods that I had open that caused it to crash. I don't know if it's the multiplayer mod or the character normalizer mod. Or one of the physics mods I have. Because I have like a bunch of mods loaded. Spoilers give a pretty good give pretty good grip when you're going fast. Either way, the game's cool. I'd have to like mess around with the mods. I don't know which one's causing it to crash. But yeah. I mean, like, the freaking boss fight's not meant to be done with multiple people or whatever. Maybe someone loaded in and it just crashed it. But like, yeah. It's a cool little mod there. Oh yeah, freaking dailies reset. Cool. Here's the fun physics mod, set pi t equals 3. Fair enough. Fair enough, but yeah. It's a cool thing there. And swap sine with cosine. Of course. Of course. Sure. Now, you swap them with the inverse functions instead. Because... that's what you do. That's what you gotta do. Swap them with their inverse versions. Because I said so. It'll make it a lot more interesting that way. The hyperbolic variants? Yep, why not? Just make them not what they're supposed to be. just change the reality. Just alter reality. Make it what it's not. Up is down is up. Yesterday you said tomorrow, so just do it. Is that how it goes? Okay. Alright, I'm probably just gonna spend my vitality real quick and then we end off. Alright, that seems like a good way to end it. We'll do all the weeklies and stuff tomorrow. Or later or whatever. What is today's join ops anyways? Carnival party. Oh nice, we get a fast one, 1 sec. I'm gonna go Frost for this one, make it faster. Also helps because I need to use the washroom too. So like, yeah, I just quickly finish this up. I use the washroom, then I get some sleep. Surely it can hold it in. I think, maybe. Maybe not. Pursuit of Fate because of my speedrun technique, right? You just love my speedrun tech, right? Exactly. Where there's a hole, there's a goal. That's what they say, right? Any hole's a goal, right? Where there's a hole, there's a goal. Any hole's a goal. Yeah, holy shit. Wait, let me see if I can find that picture. Like this, right? Holy shit! Holy shit! And then there's holy fuck! Right, holy shit and holy fuck. And his cousin likes to go racing fucking fast. Wait. Near one of my relatives' place, where one of my uncles lives, he used to live near this Vietnamese restaurant that had this as a sign. And I would laugh my ass when I would pass by walking down the street there when I would visit him, whatever. I would see this and I would laugh my ass off. Unfortunately, because of COVID, they closed down for good. They don't exist anymore. But this is quite the name, right? Fucking fabulous. Sadly, they're closed forever. What a name that is. What a name. And then there's like other ones like that. It is a fucking fabulous name. But honestly, great name. Too bad that place doesn't exist anymore. It's a fun name. But yeah. Oh, what is the raid this week? I'm curious. Oh, okay. But yeah, like I was saying though earlier, this is just a good place to end it for the night. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Right, we gotta grind all our weeklies out later. Yeah, that's an easy one. But I need to get some sleep, but more importantly, I need to use the washroom first. Because I've been holding something in for the past 5 minutes. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.